Good afternoon. I trust that everyone is all refreshed from lunch. And now the Assembly will resume its sitting. For motion 2-2022-312 HOA, the approval of the Financial Administration and Audit IGT Remission Regulations 2022. The floor is open for contributions. The Honorable Member for Road North is recognized.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker, and thank you. I promise I'll be brief. I really didn't plan to have much to say because I was hoping we'll be all out of here early today, seeing that this is a simple matter and we'll be home eating the remains of our black cake and ham. But Madam Speaker, we are here. And I would like to start by saying two things, Madam Speaker. First, we all understand that government does not operate with the speed of light. And that is necessary, Madam Speaker, because there needs to be checks and balances in place. And secondly, Madam Speaker, government must be responsible with any funds that it have. And in Anguilla's case, in a limited funds. So, not because you come in and say you owe me $10 as a government, we just need to turn it over. Again, government needs to do its checks and balances. And we have entrusted our capable staff at Inland Revenue and the Ministry of Finance to deal with such matters. So while I understand the concerns coming from the other side that this motion, is coming at this late hour and seems to indicate that there might be some underlying reasons as to why we are coming here at this late hour. It's not that case. Madam Speaker, I remember sitting in many meetings concerning GST, and especially concerning the businesses as it related to the bonded warehouse and this same refund of credit. And I remember it being said all by a majority of the businesses that the bonded warehouse that the refund of credit cannot work, it'd be too cumbersome on them. And then when we met, just before the GST was passed, and we were handed some matters that they wanted addressed, and that was one of them. We can do a refund of credit. So it's not that we wanted to be sending letters at the last minute, and to even be here at the last minute. But circumstances are such, Madam Speaker, that's where we are. Madam Speaker, I remember stating sometime back in one of our previous debates when it related to GST, that we will be back here again with GST. And when we do come back with GST, it will be an extended session, and here we are. But this, Madam Speaker, this debate is not about GST. And as the member for Sandy Hill rightly stated, it's about the IGT, the interim goods tax. And she was also right when she said, the member said that a lot of persons did not understand the interim goods tax. Because I just had a conversation not 2 weeks ago when someone did not understand that this 9% was on from 2019. And as you know, Madam Speaker, which administration was in power in 2019. And Madam Speaker, there's something in American sports called Monday morning quarterback, where when you sit down on the other side of the aisle, you can always say what I would have done, what should be done, and what I would do. But so it's interesting to hear about all the long list of complaints and issues that members of the opposition have with this refund and how it's being applied. But at least we are bringing it to the House, Madam Speaker. I remember, Madam Speaker, and if you permit me to give you a little story, a true story, we were elected 29th of June 2020. 1 week on the job, we are sitting, email comes around. What are your plans to do with the Sandy Ground Marina? Immediately send back. We have no plans for the Sandy Ground Marina. We just campaigned there will be no Sandy Ground Marina. Email comes back. Here you are, a definitive agreement signed for the Sandy Ground Marina. And you were like, wow, when did this happen? How did this happen? No one knew about this. So, Madam Speaker, when you have in the MTEF of 2018, where it says, Phase 2, introduction of a partial services tax covering hotel accommodation, electricity communications, and wholesalers by 1st January 2021, and this would have been approved in Executive Council. You have that. You have many references in Executive Council referring to GST. So it's either that members on that other side wants me to believe they either did not have a plan, Madam Speaker, to implement a GST that they had agreed upon, or they were going to somehow trick the British into taking their money and not doing what they say they were going to do, because these things were signed on. The MOU was signed, the MTEF was agreed, many references, Madam Speaker, in Executive Council minutes, but yet we want to hear, we would have done this, we wouldn't have done this. And Madam Speaker, I'm hearing talks of hardship. Hardship, 5 months of hardship, Madam Speaker, I'm hearing about. 5 months of hardship. But if we had gone along with the plan that the AUF GST would have given us, a plan that we have seen over and over, Madam Speaker, a plan that there's records of, to implement it. The only thing, Madam Speaker, and I would agree with them, is that there is no plan on how they would have done it. They knew they were going to implement GST, and I guess like with Hurricane Amado, they say thank God for something else. And that's the way it operated, Madam Speaker. But you have no plans, you have all these plans, but yet you're saying we were not going to implement it. So, Madam Speaker, when we get up in this honorable house, and I said—
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, I believe that the member is misquoting, because no one on the opposition side said that there were no plans to implement the GST. And I'll ask him to retract that statement.
Madam Speaker, I did not say that no one said that there were no plans. Madam Speaker, I said that we have seen over and over where there are plans, and in the plans I mean the MTEF in GST to implement the GST. And I'm saying it's either that they want to, and I'm glad the member has given me a chance to repeat myself. It's either that they either was going to trick the British or there was no plans. Madam Speaker, I did not say that there was no plans. But Madam Speaker, like I said—
I just want to warn you about the language that you use, okay?
Thank you, Madam
Yes.
Speaker. But Madam Speaker, I'll be tying up right now, because like I said, this was not supposed to be a long debate. This should have been just a matter of us coming here and agreeing to give this refund to the businesses that have qualified. Businesses, like the opposition members have said, have gone through and have passed on this to their customers. Businesses that deserve this, and it should not be a long debate, Madam Speaker, but I just want to say I approve this motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, Madam Speaker, I yield my time to the member and my neighbor, Road South. Can go on. Yeah, my get time too.
Are there any other contributions? Single Island Wide Electoral District Member, Mr. Kenneth Hodge is recognized.
Madam Speaker, good afternoon. Good afternoon to all members of this honorable house. My learned colleague there made a good point when he said that we all should be home relaxing, enjoying what's left of the Christmas season with family and friends, and not be here in the house, but nonetheless we are here today. Madam Speaker, I made a point last week, and I want to echo it today, that cricketers play cricket and footballers play football. We often wonder what games do politicians play. Madam Speaker, the Premier was very concise, precise. He was very clear in his explanation of the motion today, Madam Speaker. We brought nothing but the facts to this honorable house today. And Madam Speaker, my colleague made a point, and I want to highlight the need for checks and balances, Madam Speaker, the need for responsible government, transparent government, accountable government, Madam Speaker. And I don't intend to rehash my presentation from last week, but I will say, Madam Speaker, When you reflect back on that MOU that I so extensively outlined last week, when it spoke to all of the different steps that we had to take, it did speak to a level, Madam Speaker, of non-compliance, of, one could almost say, fiscal mismanagement, so to speak, that we were not holding our statutory bodies and other agencies accountable for their actions. And Madam Speaker, we are reaping the rewards here today. It is important, Madam Speaker, that persons understand that government has been put in a position on so many occasions, Madam Speaker, of making difficult decisions. And Madam Speaker, we have not had the luxury of fooling the British or kicking the can down the road, Madam Speaker. And I know, Madam Speaker, because I was in a meeting along with the Premier with a senior British official. We made our case, Madam Speaker, and I highlight this again. And we were able to get the GST pushed back 18 months, Madam Speaker. So the question is, Madam Speaker, where would Anguilla have been 23 months from January 1, 2021, if we had seen the implementation of the Goods and Services Tax Phase 2 at 17%, Madam Speaker? I don't intend to speak very long this afternoon, Madam Speaker, because I think the Premier did an excellent job in highlighting this motion. And I thus would like to reiterate my full support for this motion, Madam Speaker. And I encourage our business community to continue to work in partnership with government, continue to allow our consumers to enjoy the benefits of the exemptions and the zero-rated items that have been outlined, so that we can continue to remain competitive. Madam Speaker, I just wanted to highlight something quickly before I sit down. Last week, there was a lot of narrative around Anguillians flocking to St. Martin in their hundreds to shop. And Madam Speaker, I brought some statistics to this Honorable House last week. And I note with interest the narrative has now changed from the hundreds of Anguillians flocking to St. Martin to know that they're coming over with suitcases and suitcases and suitcases of food, Madam Speaker. So the narrative has changed. So obviously, Madam Speaker, when you bring the facts and just the facts, the narrative will change, Madam Speaker.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, the member is imputing improper motive. I did not speak in the House of Assembly on the last occasion, so I'm not sure. And I spoke, my statements on this House had to do with customs duties, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't think the
referring to.
member was referencing what you said, but it was said that there's a lot of bulk, there was something said to that effect, bulk shipping from St. Martin in the last House, but I don't think he was
Yes, but Madam
referencing what
Speaker,
you
you cannot
said.
impute from what one member said to another member. I know what I spoke of in this House of Assembly.
Yeah, but he's not speaking to that member. I just need you to understand that he's referencing the fact that the narrative has changed based on facts that came to the House, and you referenced those facts, those statistics as well. You made reference to that, but at that time when he brought those statistics, he brought them to dispute another statement that was made at that time.
Madam Speaker, the point I'm making is that there is no narrative. And I'd ask the member to clarify, when he's saying narrative, what is he speaking about in particular?
Madam Speaker, at last week's debate on the House, there was extensive representation made by both members on the opposition side in their presentations to the numbers of Anguillians that were going to St. Martin to shop. And I recall getting up at one point, Madam Speaker, and indicating that, Madam Speaker, I had the statistics to disprove what was being said. I did not refer to the honorable member in this presentation this afternoon.
Madam Speaker, the point I'm making is that there could be no narrative unless you're saying that all of us are speaking with, have the same mind. So you cannot impute narrative.
Same idea, member, that people are going to St. Martin to shop. You referenced that they're going to St. Martin to shop at, the bags are coming from Super Youth, something to that effect.
Yes.
And they referenced that these goods are coming, that there are lots of people going to St. Martin. I don't have the exact, I can refer to my notes and get the exact words that were said by the two members of opposition.
Yes, but that was last
at that
week.
time.
This week,
yes,
Madam Speaker,
but
neither
that is,
of the two members.
That is a narrative,
No, not-
and and the same statistics are referenced for both debates, and by the same member that presented those statistics.
If I may, Madam Speaker, I'm speaking about the use of the term narrative suggests that there's a collaborative effort. Every member in this House is a representative in their individual right. When I spoke
Narrative
about
doesn't
this-
have to suggest collaboration, member.
It
Not
does,
in my
Madam
estimation.
Speaker.
No. Okay, you may continue, member.
Madam Speaker, my honorable colleague there has been making some points which I totally agree with. I was not collaborating with my colleague to make those points, Madam Speaker. So I'm not sure where that is coming from. But I made a point, Madam Speaker, for the record, that we have to ensure that what we bring to this House, Madam Speaker, are the facts and nothing but the facts. I brought those statistics in this honorable House to show that Anguillians going to St. Martin has been a pattern over the years that was interrupted with Hurricane Irma and with the COVID. And once the borders opened up, Madam Speaker, persons began to go back to St. Martin as usual. I think what might be interesting to find out is to quantify the suitcases and suitcases of stuff that are coming over from a custom standpoint to see if indeed the statistics from previous years match up to statistics from this year. That might be an angle maybe worthy of exploring. But Madam Speaker, be that as it may, I rise again to support this motion, and I would like to yield whatever remaining time I have left to my two remaining colleagues on this honorable side of the House to make their presentation. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
What's that? 9? Thank you. Are there any other contributions? The Single Island Wide Electoral District member, Mrs. Quincy Gums-Marie, is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A pleasant good afternoon to you, the members of the House, and the listening public. Madam Speaker, as my colleague, Merrick Richardson of Road North would have said, this should have been a short debate. And I agreed with and I'm thankful for your attempt to keep it within 20 minutes, in spite of my neighbors here, opposition. But today we are here to discuss a simple fact, or a simple option. Do we want to give persons the opportunity who pass on the IGT savings to customers a credit, or do we not want to do so? It's a simple question. Are we in favor of allowing persons who reduce their prices by 9% and then increased it by 13%, or increased it by only 4%, that IGT credit back or not? Do we want to use government's very limited funds to do so or not? And the framework by which that should be done. When I listen to members of the opposition, Madam Speaker, I'm gathering that they support it, but it should be a free-for-all. Anybody should be able to just tell government that they have passed on $50 million of savings, and then government then say, right on here, here's your check. Because they have a problem with the framework, apparently. But, Madam Speaker, checks and balances are necessary. When I listen to the members of the opposition, I understand why this administration would have inherited a strained system in the way that we did. Madam Speaker, many comments have been made about GST. And GST has been debated many times in this House. And I think from the numerous debates that we have heard as members of the House and the public would have heard, we can gather a few things. Under the APM administration, GST would have been 13%. We have proof in the white paper prepared by the Anguilla United Front administration of a 17% GST. We would have had 2 sessions to discuss exemptions in this honorable House. The members of the Anguilla Progressive Movement administration, government side, supported in full the exemptions. The members of the opposition opposed every one of those exemptions. So we can draw some inferences. 13% with exemptions, 17% no exemptions. We would have heard many times the leader of the opposition and other members of the opposition speak about a phased approach, a January 1 of 2021 approach where goods, the very goods that we are discussing today in relation to IGT, would have attracted a 17% GST with no exemptions. And then in a few days' time, January 1st, we would have then moved on to services at 17%, no exemptions. Madam Speaker, I don't think that I have done justice to remind the people what January 1st, 2021 looked like, where we would have had statistics speaking about the lowest on record economic activity in the country. The members of the opposition are saying, based on our phased approach, that would have been the best time to bring in a 17% no exemption GST. When we would have had our neighboring islands more or less shut down. No, this economy runs on tourism. While we do other small things to get the economy going, it runs on tourism. We would have had 280-something tourists. You can look back at the statistics, the press release of the statistics that's done every month and see the exact number of persons that would have come to the island. And if memory serves me right, it was definitely not more than 300, but I feel like it was 289 persons that would have traveled to the island for the month of January. In that climate, the opposition is saying our 17% no exemption GST would have been best for the country. And I wonder if these are the people that are trying to convince me today that they care about the people. I listened to the members of the opposition speak about the impacts of GST. And Madam Speaker, I can say, based on my experience in government, based on the things that I have seen, based on the commitments that previous administrations have held this country to, GST was coming whether it was the AUF, the APM, the XYZ, the ABC, the LMNOP, it would have been here. The only difference we would have had is at what rate and what exemptions and what was the start date. And we know based on this administration's experience, it was either move ahead with the previously agreed upon timeline, which made no sense, or to push it back and consolidate the two. So when I hear conversations about GST, that's the only leeway we more or less had. But GST is a broad-based tax. In fact, we use the term incorrectly because what we have is a VAT. GST is a term used to describe every broad-based tax under the face of the earth is a GST. sales tax, a HST, all of these things, they are GSTs. What we have is a VAT. And so we understand that a VAT would have come hell or high water. So then I think about the consequences of a GST, the consequences of any consumption tax. It would increase the costs of the costs of goods and services because it's a tax that was not there before. It would decrease the spending power of people. That's a GST, a VAT, a sales tax, any tax with the intention to raise funds would have done so. I hear the members, the single island-wide member, Kyle Hodge, talk about the people are fine with any tax, just not GST. They're saying tax us, tax us, tax us, just not GST. But the consequences of any tax would have been the same because a consumption tax is a consumption tax. So when I hear the members of the opposition, particularly the members of the Anguilla United Front opposition, I wonder, are they saying that if they were the ones to implement it, their 17% no exemption GST, all would have been well, or the people would have suffered less just because it's them? Madam Speaker, a tax is a tax. A tax meant to raise funds would have do this anything that's happening. Today we are not talking about businesses. Today we are talking about consumers. I hear a lot of conversation about businesses, but the conversation is about whether or not the businesses pass on the savings to the consumers. And then should they be rewarded in kind? What have been discussed in this Honorable House, Madam Speaker, all I could say upon conclusion of our break, at the beginning of commencement of our break, was, oh, what a tangled web you weave when at first you try to deceive. Amen. Because I heard the beginning of the opposition's argument down to the end, contradicting themselves over and over and over again in the name of pretending to care about the people. But the only thing I can say is that something I've said all the time, Madam Speaker. My politics will never rely on people not knowing. And all I have seen today is people trying to play on what the people of Anguilla don't know. For example, Madam Speaker, process. When you ask, how was a white paper brought into being? And who would have sanctioned a white paper? And it cannot be you. If you are a member of government, you must know the process. Civil servants don't get up and then say, you know what we're going to do? We're going to implement a GST, and we're going to fix this country, and then let the government know after the fact. Madam Speaker, the letter that was read, the memo that was read, written by the former PS, Dr. Aidan Harrigan, is a good example of process. Because what that letter was saying is that I, Dr. Aidan Harrigan, as Permanent Secretary of Finance, do not act on my own volition. I need direction from the Executive Council, and then I act. I cannot act on my own. So, Madam Speaker, let me give you an example of what a direction from the Executive Council looks like. So, Executive Council would have approved GST as an essential component of tax reform and agreed to a phased implementation, focusing on Phase 1, a revenue-neutral reconfiguration of customs duties, and the introduction of an interim goods tax by 1st January. We know now that it was implemented in October 2019. One second. Phase 2, an introduction of partial services covering accommodation, electricity, communications wholesalers by January 1st, 2021. And then Phase 3, a further expansion to include all other services by January 2023. 1 second. Don't rush the brush. This executive meeting was held on 4th June 2018. Present was His Excellency the Governor Tim Foy, the Honorable Victor Banks, the Deputy Governor Mr. Perrin Bradley, the Honorable Cora Richardson Hodge, the Honorable Acting Attorney General, and Ms. Jewel Fleming, who was the clerk to Executive Council. Oh, what a tangle web we weave. Because how could a June 2018 minute exist and then the members now questioning where was the direction to do a white paper? Is this not the direction to do a white paper?
On a point of order, Madam
Of course.
Speaker.
Madam Speaker? She's asking me to do what? Madam Speaker, I set the pace of my debate, no one else. So this 2018 minute shows that there was direction to let me add on the last piece. There was agreement that the legislative amendments proposed by CARTEC should be continued and done by the Attorney General's chambers. That's where we get a draft legislation, that's where we get a white paper, that's where we get all the things that come from this. The point is, when the members are deceiving the public, Madam Speaker, if I am doing woodwork and you call me a carpenter, should I be offended? If you are telling lies,
Continuously imputing improper motive in this House to the
Okay.
members of the opposition, and I would ask that she withdraw the statements that she's making. It is inappropriate. And we talk about understanding the rules, and it's obvious that in debating, she does not understand the rules.
Okay. So it's the word deceive that the member is disputing.
Madam Speaker,
And lies?
I did say lies, because that's what I heard. So I heard a lie, I said it was a lie. But Madam Speaker, the process of doing anything,
Madam Speaker, I would ask that the member withdraw those statements which attributed improper motive to the members of the opposition, deception and lies.
Where's the lies?
Madam Speaker, hold on. Madam Speaker, you sat in this House and you have heard the members say exactly what I said. I am showing you the facts that there was direction from Executive Council. Many times the member has asked, where is the direction? I am bringing the direction here where she was present.
On a
Maybe
point of
please,
order,
please,
Madam
members. So
Speaker.
maybe the word mislead would be more
They are misleading.
tolerable.
And on the point of order, Madam
Because
Speaker,
that is misleading. If you have facts that shows contrary, then someone was misled by.
yes, on the point of order, Madam Speaker, the member is saying that she's bringing facts that there was direction from Executive Council. There's been no denial at all in relation to that. The statements that I have always made is that there has been no GST Act that was passed in Executive Council or the House of Assembly, and I have yet to see the member prove that. And those are the statements that I've continuously said since 2021.
I do not gather that from what the member has read.
She's manifesting
She's
things as she go along.
she's referencing the EXCO minute that you read in relation to what the PS Harrigan wrote at that time. That is my understanding of it.
Madam Speaker, the member specifically.
Please continue, member.
The member specifically.
Thank you,
stated
member. Sorry, thank you,
that
Madam
she
Speaker.
would be-
Yes.
that
I
she-
will
that
continue with my
references
debate.
have been
Let the
made
member
to
con-
executive
continue.
council
I'm not
that
quite
they never
sure why
came
there's
to the
someone
House
else
to
Please,
executive
member.
council, and that is not true,
Madam
Madam
Speaker.
Speaker.
Please, member, you may continue.
Thank you.
Just don't want the facts to come out.
Speaking over me doesn't change the reality, Madam Speaker. So I continue where I was interrupted. A GST would be a GST, would be a GST. If you knew that a GST was going to cause hardship, where would you have supported it? How is it now, after the fact, you are standing up and saying, the people are hurting, GST is causing hardship? Madam Speaker, a consumption tax will do what a consumption tax will do. You can't say, oh, the lights are on because I turned the switch. I didn't know the whole house would have had lights. I didn't know an electricity bill would have come when I put the lights on. I am tired, Madam Speaker, of hearing arguments that only work when the people don't know the process, because you're playing on ignorance. If you are not part of government system, it's very easy, because government can be very complex. Checks, balances, financial, fiscal auditing acts is very confusing. Things that you would think should take a second, takes a year. Procedures do not happen overnight. And the public service depends on the administration of the time to guide them. They require guidance, and the guidance just can't come from the minister who says, I feel like we should do X, Y, and Z. It is a process that goes through executive council that says all members believe that this is the direction that we should go. Then it's sent back to the PSs, who direct the departments that they sit over. That is the process. No one wakes up one morning and say, let me help the then chief minister out and do a little white paper just in case he's gonna need it. Let me help the then chief minister, Victor Banks, out and do some draft regulations just in case he might want to see them. They are directed. And to pretend otherwise, to play on semantics, is to use the fact that the ordinary person may not know the procedures of government against them, to weaponize what you know against those who do not know. Madam Speaker, I've heard Peter Harris mentioned multiple times in this honorable House. And he did say that credits should be issued. And I asked the question, so I know he did say so. The question that he responded to was a question by me. But he also said some other things. In consultations with the business community, he would have recommended a bonded warehouse to run their stocks down before July 1st so that there's not much stock that would have to transition, and a possible credit system. All of these, Madam Speaker, were disagreed to by the business community. They were given these options. I remember one businessman jumping up from his seat and saying, who are you to tell me what to do with my stock? They were given these options, and they said no. We had further consultations with smaller groups to explain what will happen in the transition. And I guess at the time, Madam Speaker, it might have been an effort to not move ahead with the GST that the government had to move ahead with. A bit of resistance and hope that GST does not come, perhaps. But, Madam Speaker, I remember receiving a letter signed by most members of the business community on the 17th of June, 2020. It gave three options on how to treat the GST. Received by the government from 65 members of the business community. Generally, Madam Speaker, there was an opposition to GST. As we know, GST was passed a year prior. At that point, there was nothing that could have been done about the implementation of GST. It was already set in stone and passed in this House at that time. However, they were requesting a full reconfiguration of GST. In fact, recommendation one was to retain the IGT, the 9% on imports of future stock, and add a 5% sales tax. Many people think that that can be done, but there has been no taxes and services, so it would not have been a 5% sales tax. The CARTAC report shows that it would have been a 23% sales tax. We think that that was not good for the businesses. If they're having a problem with a 13% GST, there's no way administering a 23% sales tax would have been better, and I cannot be convinced of that. Secondly,
Madam Speaker, just on a point of clarity, if the member could just highlight what page, because I would like to read that information as well. I don't recall.
You should have known that you were in government.
you should have the reports, member. It should either be the IMF one or the CARTAC one, but it's there in the executive summary. Because what those reports would have done, Madam Speaker, is examine the fit for multiple sales, goods and services taxes to Anguilla. And that same member who stood on a point of order would have quoted IMF and trusted their evaluation of what should happen in St. Martin. And I'm very surprised that when the same IMF says what should happen in Anguilla, he disagreed. Either way, the second option, introduce the 13% GST on services only on July 1st, with a later implementation date of goods on the good tax, pending an amicable agreement between the GOA and the retail sector. At that time, Madam Speaker, as I said before, GST was already passed in this honorable House. There was nothing that could have been done to repeal the tax unless you replaced it with something else. And the third option was, if neither of the reasonable, practical, and fair recommendations of 1 and 2 above are acceptable, we will hold the position that full credit must be given for the 9% IGT on existing stock. So when I hear about timelines, this is something that the businesses would have requested on their own. When we met with the business community, Madam Speaker, we would have told them, and I shouldn't even say we, the Premier would have told them that 1 and 2 cannot work, but please begin taking stock, because we will spend the weekend figuring out how we can respond to number 3. We didn't create this as an option, it was requested. And when the government was putting this forward as an option, it was denied by the business community. So you can understand the position government was in. Had we had a consensus 3 months before, we would have already done the arrangements necessary. Had we had the full-on support from the business community a year before to do the bonded warehouse or to do the reducing of stock, whatever was necessary, it would have been done. Madam Speaker, this is where we were on the 17th of June, 2020. Some members of the business community would have said that they were not passing on the IGT credits unless government gave them the credits. So it means then that whatever existing stock on hand would have continued to be priced at 9% plus 23%. But Madam Speaker, I was there when only 2 businesses showed up for our morning session and none for the afternoon session, when we explained to them that receiving the credits was based on reduction of prices. And some of the largest stores in the country has been able to do so. They even assisted us with creating a template that they thought would be good for the entire business community. And they would probably more than likely benefit. But Madam Speaker, you cannot tell me that there was an expectation that the credits will just be given willy-nilly without confirmation that they were passed on. That's irresponsible. That's poor fiscal management. That sounds just like the AUF. Nobody want to stand up on a point of order? Madam Speaker.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the statements I've listened, unfortunately, to the members speaking, making unfortunate representations, because in all of the presentations that were made today, none represented that it was supposed to have been passed willy-nilly. The points were it should have been done before now, not on the 26th of December, Madam Speaker.
So your point of order is?
My point of order, Madam Speaker, is that it's a misrepresentation as to the position that the opposition has been taking all day in relation to this issue. There are a number of issues that need to be addressed in the regulation, but not one suggestion was made that there should be, that the IGT credits should be passed willy-nilly. Not one. So she ought to be able to withdraw the statement, ma'am.
No, I don't see it necessary to withdraw the statement
Madam
based
Speaker.
on what the member referenced.
Madam Speaker, there were concerns about the framework.
Right.
And that people don't know what to expect, so they weren't passing on the credits. Isn't that saying that government should not have a framework?
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, she's misrepresenting the facts, Madam Speaker.
Remember, there's a code of conduct in this House.
The
Who
island-wide,
wouldn't
the
disrespect
single
somebody saying
island-wide
she?
member,
She cannot
Mrs.
be
Gums
saying she.
Marie, Madam Speaker, it's misleading. Who from the opposition side would have indicated this, Madam Speaker?
You.
That willy-nilly, that the credit should be given back. Madam Speaker, who did?
I didn't hear willy-nilly. What are you talking about?
But Madam Speaker, she cannot, the member for
It's my
Babylon.
debate. You tell me. Madam Speaker, I am not quoting when I said willy-nilly. I'm not quoting that because no one on the opposition side used the term willy-nilly. But it did have questions about the fact that government had a framework and how were businesses supposed to pass on the credits because of the framework.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, this is again misleading, Madam Speaker, because nobody is saying that there's an issue per se with the current framework as it is. It is vague, we did indicate that, but the reality is, Madam Speaker, is that this framework should have come months ago, Madam Speaker, when the people could have benefited from the framework. That's the point that the opposition has been making.
Well, I believe you made the point that it shouldn't be a rush today to create a framework to pass on these IGT credits. I believe you said those words in your debate. So there is reference to a framework. You yourself mentioned it. You may continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The point I'm making, Madam Speaker, is that, like I said earlier, the IGT credits is not about the business. The IGT credits is about the consumer. You want to ensure that the consumers would have truthfully benefited from the reductions to ensure that when government gives them back the credits, that it's given correctly. Because, Madam Speaker, what will happen when years from now there's a commission of inquiry and they look back and see that this administration just gave government money to businesses without a proper framework? You know what they would have said? They would have said that the administration used the credit system to get political favors from the businesses, and that is why
I would prefer you said it can be said.
what
It
could have
be
been said, right?
Yes, okay.
That's what they would have said.
I don't know that they would have said that.
Madam
I'm just
Speaker,
telling you, please.
I'm just saying that language was repeated in Commission of Inquiries other places, and I would not have liked it to be repeated when it relates to Anguilla. I am appreciative that the record would show that there was a framework, that businesses can show that it was passed on, and that it is not assumed that the credits were used to subsidize business activity. Because in the absence of a clear process and procedure, whether it took 5 months or 5 days, assumptions would have been made on the part of the administration. And Madam Speaker, by the time a commission of inquiry, if it ever happens, were to happen, members of this administration could have been long gone by then. But it would have been a stain on Anguilla, because internationally they don't care about which administration is in today or tomorrow. They care about what the record shows about Anguilla. So it took a while because of the checks and balances, because the question was asked, why did it take so long? Audits must be done, and work must be done in a line of the audit process. The minutes of our Executive Council meetings are part of the audit process. The IRD Comptroller would have to say, Madam Speaker, that he would have done his best to ensure that the credits were passed on. He has to show the test that he would have done. The Customs Comptroller would have had to show the test that he would have done. Good timing. He would have had to. So when the audit trail shows, when Mr. Kiel, what your last name is? Kana, is long retired, when he can't speak for himself, the comptroller cannot speak for himself, the record will show. So it took us a little while, but not without communication to the businesses, not without questions, not without visits from the IRD and customs, not without questions about their procedures. We have to have a fail-safe. And if at some point there's no agreement on what should be done, we have to conceive possible scenarios where someone could have just said, well, you know, we had $50 million worth of stock. We had to conceive, whether it happened or not, we had to conceive of these scenarios. That is what a proper process looks like. So when I say it can't be willy-nilly, Madam Speaker, it's because I am in government, and I am not going to use the knowledge that I have received from being in government, the knowledge of the procedures of government, to go and mamagai people. I ain't gonna come up here and say more people going to St. Martin when I was a part of an administration who changed the date that they were paying government workers in December to stop them from going to St. Martin. Let me explain, Madam Speaker. I hear members of the Anguilla United Front at opposition say more people are going to St. Martin, more than ever before. But Madam Speaker, there was a time, I would have been in high school at the time, when civil servants were being paid before December 19th. And the Anguilla United Front administration changed the date that they were paying civil servants to stop them from going to St. Martin on December 19th. And members of that administration want to tell me, Quincy Agams-Marie, that there's such an increase? Madam Speaker, if anything, if I was the business owners in St. Martin, I would use the leader of the opposition's presentation as a marketing opportunity. I was mentioned in the House. The leader tell the people they could lay down in their bed and order from their phones. You were asleep for 5 years, so happy you're up now. But Madam Speaker, don't call me, because I just responded to what I was told. Through the Speaker, Madam Speaker, through you, Madam Speaker, I would like to tell the leader of the opposition she was asleep for 5 years. So, Madam Speaker, These are the webs. These are the webs. When we stand up here and we pretend to care about the people, when our actions and our records don't show that care, I have to question it. When the Executive Council minutes don't show that care, Madam Speaker, I have to question it. Madam Speaker, a member of the public would have, he and I always talk politics, and before I was even thinking about running for politics. And he said, you know what? My problem with some of the presentations made by the opposition is that if you have the ability to think, or you know what processes are like, you're being lied to. That's a member of the public. We have a responsibility. Our responsibility here isn't to pander to things that we know are not true in hopes of them giving us cheap political points and sweeping us into office. Madam Speaker, if I was a member of the opposition and someone told me something that I knew was not true, I wasn't going to just take that up and say, Madam Speaker, I come into the House to tell you this thing that I know is not true, but somebody else told me that. I would have had a responsibility to tell them this is not so. We don't have that level of responsible leadership. When I hear the members of the opposition coming here and questioning why accommodation tax is part of, was repealed and replaced, when the 2018 Executive Council minute is showing that accommodation tax was always part of the process, I have to question the integrity. On a point of order, Madam Speaker, or no?
No, she ain't got no point of.
I have to, because you know this is her first time here for a long time. You know she normally leave whenever I speak, so. Madam Speaker, I am tired. I'm tired because I take offense on behalf of the people. If I am never voted into office the next time in my life, nobody could say that I lied. That's my record. Madam Speaker, initially we were thinking of giving these IGT credits back based on what they have to pay for GST. So it wouldn't have been cash, it would have been an offset. When we got the surplus, we realized, instead of prolonging the process, we could give the businesses a lump sum. So in November, we came to this House and we did a supplementary budget. We couldn't communicate to the businesses before the supplementary budget was passed. The supplementary budget was passed and the framework was created because initially we were hoping to just give it to them in offsets. But we thought, why not just give them one lump sum of the IGT credits passed on, so long as there's proof that the IGT credits were passed on? And as a business person, Madam Speaker, I'm sure you'd have preferred just to get rid of it one time than to be all in January trying to do your subtractions. Okay, I was owed 100,000 and I paid this amount, so X. So that's why we're here today. That is what we are doing in this honorable House today. I heard a member, single island white member, talk about what the United Kingdom is doing, and I wonder where in Anguilla, in the United Kingdom of Anguilla, we just print money over here. Comparing apples to oranges. Comparing a country that has hundreds of years of taxation to depend on, to this young nation. And then telling me he is so concerned about the business community that he's going to go in opposition to defend them? Because, Madam Speaker, what better place than here to defend the people that you care about? What better place than sitting down and doing the work and having the difficult decisions? What better place than here? Because it can be over there, because the majority of the members over there are part of the administration that hooked us to this thing in the first place. So what's the point? Madam Speaker, I am tired of the fake representation. Madam Speaker, on closing, I want to mention something that I had said in this House, maybe May or June of this year. And I said to businesses that they need to be mindful of the pricing strategies they use because consumers will look for the lowest cost. I said that from this Honorable House. And in saying this, I called on all the members of this House, government and opposition, to reach out to the organizations in their communities and encourage them to employ proper pricing strategies. And Madam Speaker, as soon as I sit down, the newest member of the House, Ms. Shelia Rogers-Webster, member of District 3, got up and said, I want the businesses to close. You remember that, Madam Speaker? She said, I want the businesses to close.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, Madam Speaker, the Honorable Single Island-wide member is misrepresenting the facts because I never said that. The record is clear, Madam Speaker, on what I said. It was recorded in the House of Assembly. I repeated what she would have said. That's it, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, she is being dishonest. Madam Speaker, the member is being dishonest. When I got up, I corrected the member. I said, that's not what I said. I said, when businesses will close if they do not employ proper pricing strategies. She said, I'm going to respond to what I heard. That's what she said. When I explained to her and repeated what I said. And now the member's getting up and said, I am misleading. I am misleading the misleading that she misled. Madam Speaker, and that is the kind of irresponsible leadership that we have. Because when you take that position, just to be political, you can't go back and explain to businesses that they need to now employ the proper business, pricing strategies. Because what do we have right now? Consumers from East End to West End calling for consumer protection laws. Madam Speaker, if you didn't feel like you were being exploited, you wouldn't want protection. So don't come tell me no fraud. It's tiring sometimes sitting down in this house. I feel sorry for you. Because when I get tired, I just walk outside. I just stretch my legs, but you have to sit down. You have to endure. But Madam Speaker, but because of that, you have the context to know what I am saying is true. You have the context to know that we've had too much playing with the people in this house. Because, Madam Speaker, you remember how it first started? Oh, the AUM bringing GST in 2014, not in 2009. Now today, we have the recognition that it started in 2009. Oh, we wasn't going to do this like that, but then the paper stuck. This ain't even a good photocopy here. A proper record of what was going to be happening. Madam Speaker, it then continued. We wasn't going to do this approach. We were going to do a phased approach in spite of the fact the country would not have handled it. But because it was us, it would have been good. We wasn't gonna. And then a paper shows up by a member of the government side saying, but Madam Speaker, they were, because look. Every time. When are we gonna stop this web? When are we gonna stop? The people need honest leaders. When we couldn't, we said that we couldn't. When we could, we said that we would. When we were wrong in our estimation of the problems Anguilla was faced with, we stood. I use a term that the opposition would be comfortable with hearing. We stood as a united front right here in this House of Assembly and explained to the people what were the consequences. We explained to the people what would happen if we didn't go ahead with GST. Madam Speaker, I felt like a failure. We all felt like failures because we believed what we said. But then we had a responsibility to act right, get right, be honest, and do the right thing for this country. And today, we still have to have your intervention to stop GST debates on things that we knew were not going to be so. Madam Speaker, one of the craziest things I have ever heard is that the Anguilla United Front intended on removing GST at the ports and only implementing it afterwards. Madam Speaker, if government...
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, I'll ask the member to specify what exactly she's, because what she says doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
She said,
No,
member,
removing
that she's-
GST at the port,
she
there's
said
no
the
GST.
craziest thing one of the craziest things she's ever heard is removing GST at the, she didn't say it from,
Well, I will ask the member to clarify what exactly she's speaking about and from who she's hearing it from.
Madam Speaker, one of the craziest things I have ever heard is that GST was going to be removed at the port and only applied in the stores. And I have heard that. I'll tell you who I heard that from after. So my question on that was, if the government is accustomed to collecting 9% IGT, and that is bolstering its cash flow and revenue, you're telling me that the UK, that our then Permanent Secretary of Finance, anybody holding the office of Permanent Secretary of Finance would have said, eliminate this cash flow, let's move on and just put GST at the registers. Madam Speaker,
On
why
a,
she stand
on
up
a
again, Jesus?
point of order, Madam Speaker, I don't know who the member is referring to when she's speaking, because what it says makes no sense. But let me state this. There was, prior to the 1st of July, no GST at the ports at all. There was the IGT. And what I have said in this Honorable House, that in discussions with members of the business community, the proposal at the time, nothing further than a proposal, nothing further, because nothing came to Executive Council in terms of a GST Act. Not the only proposal that was put forward by the business community was that the goods and services tax would be added onto items in the stores and then turned over to government. There was no claim back, and there was no imposition of 13% at the ports. Those are the statements that I have made in the past.
but member, I'm not sure of the point of order because no rule has been breached, but at the same time, the member did not reference you. It's a misrepresentation of who, of what? She did not mention, the member did not
That is what
mention.
I've asked for, and I have yet to receive it, because you're making a presentation, giving
Okay.
the public the
Then-
impression that the opposition is saying that. So I'd like clarification on that.
Madam Speaker, may I move on?
Yeah, you may move
Thank
on.
you.
Just
'Cause I'm
before you move
leaving.
on, though, I want to remind members, there's a process for asking questions if you really want to ask questions. If you want answers for questions, use the process that gives you answers, please. I remind you. You may continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, these interjections in my debate, are they eating out of my time or not? I hope that my time is stopped when these because I see some soliloquies going on over here.
You have some extra time yielded by 2 members, so go ahead.
I want to.
By the single island wide electoral district member. No. Continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I see my friend over here was trying to pull a quick one, but he's a little too slow. Madam Speaker, the point that I was making is that we see a lot of claims. We hear a lot of claims all over the place, much like these IGT claims. And I wish that there was a class in primary school or high school that would teach every Anguillian born or one who became Anguillian by the time being here would understand how the system works. Because, Madam Speaker, make no mistakes, I am here to support this in full. But I am tired of the use of the position of this office, of our elected officers, to mamagai and mislead the people. Because what hurts me, Madam Speaker, is that before this experience, I, as an ordinary Anguillan, might have fell for it. We don't know enough about ourselves. And instead of doing the honorable thing and educating the country, we have politicians who are using that against the people. Government can only do so much. Governments have responsibilities. We have responsibilities to the people who we owe. We have responsibilities to the United Kingdom, who has contingent liability for us. We have the responsibility to the Anguillian people. And Madam Speaker, some of the things we do is balancing those responsibilities. GST is a perfect example of that. We had a responsibility and a commitment made to the CDB, to the IMF, to the UK government. So we went ahead with GST. But we had a responsibility to the people. So we went ahead with the exemptions. We went ahead with a lower rate. Because, Madam Speaker, sometimes that's as close as we can get to balancing the scale. And I, as an Anguillian, first and foremost, before I am a member of Parliament, appreciate 13% with exemptions over 17% no exemptions. There's nothing that could convince me. I would. The reality is a one that we cannot escape, that we would have been here regardless. And anyone that tries to convince this country any otherwise is a liar. Not a deceiver, not as being economic with the truth, is a liar. Because if there was ever a team to ensure that there was no GST, it would have been this one. And Madam Speaker, we tried. Because the Premier had a meeting with the single island-wide member Ken Hodge and Ben Merrick. And after that didn't work, he and I had a meeting with the same Ben Merrick. And I said to him, how could you do this to us? Look what we went through. And he said, the grace that you are receiving is the 18-month delay. I said, how do you explain to the people hurricanes, natural disasters, failed banking systems, and a global recession, a global pandemic? How do you explain to the people that you are also responsible for? I said, you are only okay with doing this because you aren't here. I mince no words. So when I hear members, like still single island-wide members, say that we didn't have any alternatives, that we didn't do any alternatives, Madam Speaker, this is the alternative. I get annoyed. Madam Speaker, the members of this administration who stayed, who dug down and did the work with the scars to prove, are the ones who went to battle for the people of Anguilla. Those who hid behind figures on radios, father figures and otherwise. Those who lied to the people of Anguilla. I hope that they are dealt with by the people of Anguilla. Because, Madam Speaker, there is this weird conception that the people of Anguilla don't include the people that work in government. Because while they were lying and telling people otherwise, the people who work in government were under threat. Their homes were attacked. Their personhoods were attacked. We had to send police members to their homes, not elected officials, government public servants, because of the ignorance spewed by the members of the opposition, those elected and crossovers. Aren't those human beings who deserve protection too? Aren't there Anguillians who deserve protection too? Madam Speaker, I'm fed up with the way the opposition is okay with handling business here. Mistruths, webs of deception, and dishonesty. Don't they know, or members of opposition, members of experience, don't you know that government is a process? Madam Speaker, we had the experience of savings in the past not being passed on to the consumers. So you know what we did to balance it out? We sat around a table. I was not even here. I called in. It was 5 a.m. my time. The Premier wasn't here. He called in. We were on a Zoom call figuring out how do we ensure that if the savings weren't passed on, that the people of Anguilla would feel it. And today, this government implemented $1,000 credit in Anglec vouchers to the people of Anguilla, because we wanted to ensure that if people did not act, if businesses did not act, our consumers would be protected. That's what our government does. In light of the fact that we could not go any further, we could not push the can further down the road, we stood up for the people of Anguilla. That is a balancing act. And then members of the opposition said that the credits were to fool people. Madam Speaker, it was to ensure that if none of these IGT credits were passed on, that at least people had something in their pockets. And Madam Speaker, we see these credits were not passed on. We see that to this day, when businesses are no longer paying IGT, not all, but that some are no longer paying IGT, they are still incorporating the IGT plus the GST and the people of Anguilla. And I say to them, do right by the people of Anguilla, and they will do right by you. It's high time we have an elevated level of politics, because the problems of our time requires us to rise to the occasion. It requires all of us on all sides to rise to the occasion and not to sink to petty politics. And that's what we have been seeing. That is what we have been victim to as a country. So, Madam Speaker, in the case of these credits, we have a simple question. Did businesses pass on the credits? Yes or no? Do we have proof that they passed on the credits? Yes or no? And to the questions that are being answered yes, I say unequivocally that they should be the recipients of these credits. Thank you, Madam Speaker. If I have any more time, I yield to the member of Road South.
It's going to be you. Okay, member.
Madam
I'll
Speaker,
take
I
your
don't know what
time.
the protocol is, but I don't intend to speak. So
Oh,
if
you're,
one of the members, either of the members.
you
would like
yielding
to,
your
I
time?
yield my time.
Okay. Thank you. To the honorable member for Road South is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And thank you very much, Deputy Governor.
Are you taking all of the time that has been yielded by the member for?
Unless the Premier would like to have some of the time.
You can have it, then I'll give you a quick mop.
Oh, only that.
That's all it is.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Be that as it may, it's sufficient time. Cause and effect, Madam Speaker. There's always a cause and effect. And I oftentimes hear members of the opposition, in particular, members of the supporting cadre of the opposition, say that we don't want to go back. We only want to go forward. Sorry? Thank you very much for the 2 hours allotted, Madam Speaker. Cause and effect, Madam Speaker. And I often would cite the lyrics of Singing Desiree. How did we get from that to this? And no one seemed to notice. And while this is not a GST debate, it has somewhat evolved into a GST debate, Madam Speaker. And I think members of this side of the House spoke to an executive council that was held on the 4th of June 2018, Madam Speaker. And present at that meeting was the leader of the opposition, Madam Speaker. And I can almost forgive other members of the opposition for not knowing or not understanding the rules of procedure, not understanding how executive council works, not understanding how government works. But I can't really forgive the leader of the opposition, who is a friend of mine. Never so often, Madam Speaker, from across the aisle, we continue to send friendly banter towards each other, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, as I said, this executive council spoke to vet GST reform, Madam Speaker. And in this vet GST reform, Madam Speaker, what came out of it in the minutes that was presented was that, one, update on the progress made to securing a policy-based loan, the policy conditions associated with the grant of approval were presented, including the implementation of GST. 2, was aware that a commitment to implement GST was made prior, noting that a medium-term economic and fiscal plan 2018.
You're referencing.
The Executive Council minutes, Madam Speaker.
Did you give me a date?
Yes, I gave you a date.
Can you tell me
The
again?
Executive Council, one was held on the 4th of June 2018, and the Executive Minute 18/268 of 24th May 2018, where Council was updated on all of these things as directives from Council, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, 2016 marked a significant date because the only member in this Honorable House, Madam Speaker, to date that have seen the banking resolution is the Honorable Member for Sandy Hill, Madam Speaker, the Honorable Corey Chutson Hodge, the only member. And I want the public to be reminded that prior to admitting here in this House that she had seen the banking resolution and understood the banking resolution, previous to that, she had denied seeing the banking resolution on
On a
numerous
point of
occasions,
order,
Madam
Madam
Speaker.
Speaker, that is an absolute lie. I have never denied seeing the banking resolution. I could not, because I was the one that was talking about the banking bill for the 7 days going through the constituencies. And so I had to see the banking resolution in order to make those arguments. And another point of order, Madam Speaker, a related point. The member misspoke. He said that I am the only member of this House that saw the banking resolution. And the member for the Premier, Honorable Premier, has indicated that he saw, but he was unable to disclose. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, point of clarification, point of order. That is incorrect. I've said continuously I've never seen the banking resolution. I have seen the banking report, Madam Speaker, regarding CCB and NBA, and that is got from ECCB, which I cannot disclose. But I've never seen the banking resolution.
Just for clarification purposes, Madam Speaker, the banking resolution and banking reports have been used interchangeably. And when I speak about the banking resolution, I am in fact speaking about the banking reports itself, because the banking resolution is the act that came to the House.
But, Madam Speaker, it's not the same. The banking resolution would be what informed the Banking Obligations Act. We're talking about Social Security and other things, but there were also options that were possible, that were included in the banking resolution that we have never seen. The banking report is different, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and that was very instructive for the people of Anguilla to understand and to not be misled that the banking report and the banking resolution is the same thing as a member got up in this House and said today, and they're not the same thing and they're not interchangeable. But I go back to the point that 2016 was a very important date, Madam Speaker, because it was on 2016 when the government of Anguilla came to this honorable House to pass the Banking Resolution Act and all of those acts, Madam Speaker, when the House was infiltrated, if I may say so. And Madam Speaker, on April the 22nd, I believe it was, of 2016, the act was assented to. And Christina Scott stated that this is going to have an impact on a negative impact on at least a generation to come. And Madam Speaker, you cannot get up in this House time and time again and take credit and brag about the banking resolution without bragging about what pays for the banking resolution. And what pays for the banking resolution is the GST, Madam Speaker. This administration that I am part of campaigned vehemently against the implementation of GST. We came to office and we fought vehemently against the implementation of GST. But if a country has obligations, a country has obligations. And when you have a debt obligation that is amongst the highest GDP in the world, it has to be serviced. Because it's all well and good for Hayden Hughes to go to the bank and borrow money and not pay, and the bank take whatever collateral I placed up. But when a country defaults on its national debt, Madam Speaker, we lose all sovereignty. And the member for Sandy Hill and her colleagues, because she speaks on behalf of her colleagues, because she don't operate in silo, Madam Speaker. They tend to give you the impression that each one of them is an independent thinker coming in here with an independent thought, when in fact, they meet, they collaborate, they have grand events costing $100 on at Savvy, while they claim that the people have hardships, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, let me continue on this Executive Council minute that was approved by the member for Sandy Hill, who's out there giving me sweet eyes and smiles and sticking out her tongue at me, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker,
on a point of order, Madam Speaker, in this honorable House, I just want to make it clear, because while the member may be laughing and joking, I have at no time given the member sweet eye or some tongue action, as he is saying. I gave you a tongue action? No, that is inaccurate, Madam Speaker. I'll ask him to withdraw that statement. Any tongue action is clearly on video.
Okay, please continue.
yes. The camera should be able to catch everybody in the House at the same time, Madam Speaker. That's what we need to update. Because I asked, when we first came to this House, that we start to present these meetings on YouTube and on social media on a regular, real-time basis, Madam Speaker. And that was done. And you must applaud the Department of Information Technology, Madam Speaker, DITES, for doing so. And we need now to upgrade so that every member who sits in here and everybody who sits in the House can be caught real time, Madam Speaker. They'll be surprised, Madam Speaker. Anyway, Madam Speaker, as I move on, it went on to state that 3, approved GST as an essential component of tax reform and agreed to phase implementation focusing on 1, a revenue-neutral reconfiguration of custom duties and custom service charges into an interim goods tax by the 1st of January 2019. Madam Speaker, we know, as a matter of historical fact, that the date was pushed down to July 1st, 2019, and subsequently was implemented on the 1st of October 2019. This is a fact, 9%. And it wasn't revenue neutral, and that's a fact, and just the facts. 2, phase 2, introduction of a partial services tax covering hotel accommodation. Hotel accommodation, which means what? Accommodation tax. Electricity, communications, and wholesalers by the 1st of January 2021. 3, expansion of the services tax to include all other services by the 1st of January 2023. All other services, Madam Speaker. We spoke about that already, Madam Speaker. At the barber and the hair salon, Madam Speaker. All other services. But this administration, given the fact that we could not avoid the goods and services tax and the options that were presented, 23% sales tax and no rebate, Madam Speaker, was untenable. We had no choice but to see how we can reconfigure this GST tax to give as much relief as possible while living up to the obligations, the international and local obligations in which we will be held. Madam Speaker, I attended a public consultation which the Permanent Secretary of Finance, Dr. Aidan Harrigan, hosted at La View. And there were 2 consultants. I believe one was from somewhere in Europe and one was from St. Lucia? St. Vincent, thank you, Dr. Harrigan. From St. Vincent, Madam Speaker. And I rose in that public consultation asking questions about this GST. And the consultant from Europe, he was very forthwith, and he said, and I quote, "The government of Anguilla have gotten themselves in a deep waters with powerful international institutions, and there's debt that has to be paid." And Dr. Harrigan, he rose in response to me, and he said, "Mr. Hughes, if it is when the election comes around in 2020, and you are elected to office," this is in a public forum, and he's here today, "then you can see what changes you can make." Am I right or wrong? Madam Speaker, this is what was said. So the obligations that was placed on the people in the country, Madam Speaker, by the Anguilla United Front administration, of which the Honorable Cora Richardson Hodge, the member for Sandy Hill, was a key part of, the deputy leader, Madam Speaker, had to be fulfilled. And Madam Speaker, on top of that, in the middle of COVID, not knowing what COVID will do, coming from the heels of Hurricane Irma, they signed a memorandum of agreement, Madam Speaker, to further and progress the implementation of GST, living up to the previously agreed implementation plan, Madam Speaker. And the member for Sandy Hill continued to say that they would have done it differently. And I do agree. We agree on certain things, Madam Speaker, and this is one that we agree on. We would have done it differently. Because if the Anguilla United Front were elected to office in 2020, the second phase would have been implemented on the 1st of January 2021, Madam Speaker.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, that is incorrect to make a statement attributing to what a previous government would have done had they been in a position. And a case in point would be the phase one. Despite the date it was supposed to have been implemented, it was not implemented at that time. So I would ask the member to refrain from making statements when they're inaccurate.
I guess the member can go based on what is written in that. What is written, it was so.
Right.
Please use language that was the expecting.
Exactly,
date,
Madam
yes.
Speaker. The leader of government business at the time, the Honorable Victor Franklin Banks of Secoces, Anguilla, Madam Speaker, was on Class FM weeks before the election, speaking about why the government of Anguilla had to implement GST, justifying it in the most clear way. One thing about Mr. Banks, he's a clear communicator, Madam Speaker. He's an eloquent and articulate man, one of the most eloquent and articulate we've had in Anguilla. And he clearly articulated why, even in the difficult times that we found ourselves, why GST had to be implemented. And he thanked the British in that interview for granting $100 million in COVID support for the people of Anguilla. And that $100 million COVID support was tied to the implementation of the goods and services tax based on the timelines that were agreed. This is a matter of historical fact, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, while we talk about historical fact, I have the pleasure, the liberty, the privilege of having an uncle by the name of James Freddie Hughes, Madam Speaker. 96 years old, Madam Speaker, who is sharp as a razor, Madam Speaker. A brilliant man, Madam Speaker. And when I hear them continuously saying that the people of Anguilla, because of GST, is rushing to St. Martin and buying in bulk, Madam Speaker, I wonder if they're really listening to themselves, Madam Speaker. Because, first and foremost, if you go to St. Martin to buy items that are not zero-rated based on this administration, because this administration will place a lot of items zero-rated and exempt. If you go to St. Martin and you buy these items, you would pay $11 tax, $30 on the trip over. You rent a car between $40 and $50. You put $10 gas. You're trying to be conservative. You spend $25 on meals, and then you pay $5 tax on return, $30 tax. Then you pay duties and GST on the items. Without even purchasing one item in Anguilla, Madam Speaker, you already spent $156 US. So is it GST, or is it the way I do business? Because the leader of opposition, the member for Sandy Hill, Madam Speaker, said that people have options. Yes, we do. I remembered a business right here on the Valley Main Road, Madam Speaker, that is no longer a business, that sold cards and toys and drugs, and when I say drugs, I mean legal drugs, and aspirin and all of these things, Madam Speaker, complaining to me many years ago about the fact that the post office was doing some sort of program where people could bring in items. I forgot the name of the program, I don't think home shopping. And December comes around, everybody running to St. Martin to buy stuff and killing the local businesses. Many years ago, Madam Speaker. And I remembered the Anguilla United Front paying civil servants after December 19th because everybody was rushing to the boat to run to St. Martin, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, in the book, A Man of All Seasons, Madam Speaker, and I know the acting Attorney General have read this book extensively, Madam Speaker. There's a lot to be learned about our local historians who lived it, Madam Speaker. In the book, A Man for All Seasons, Mr. James Freddie Hughes wrote that between the 1930s and the 1960s, the late 1960s, the people of St. Martin could not survive without the people of Anguilla because we sold them everything. Rice, sweet oil, chicken, pigs, goat, pigeon peas, corn, refed St. Martin. And he said, starting, and let me read it, let me quote, by about the 1970s, on page 27, boats and with engines replacing the sailing vessels. This meant that the time of travel was about 25 to 35 minutes. It also meant that the time for shopping, Madam Speaker, you hear what he said in the 1970s? Some of us in here were not yet born, and GST was not implemented at that time. The time for shopping and other activities were considerably lengthened. One of the first boats fitted with an engine was owned by Alpheus Mussington, who lived on the Blowing Point Road, Madam Speaker. So, based on this book that was edited by Reverend Dr. Richley Gomes, Madam Speaker, GST, or the interim goods tax, was not yet implemented. And people were going to St. Martin in droves, Madam Speaker, to shop. Why is that, you may ask? Madam Speaker, he goes on. What then accounts for the economic boom and social advancement evident in St. Martin today? Because he explained why the roles were reversed. Because back then, before the 1970s, people from St. Martin came to Anguilla to see the doctor. You understand, Madam Speaker? And yesterday, people from Anguilla would go to St. Martin to even get a simple MRI. But thank God we have a doctor, Madam Speaker, who understands the importance of healthcare in Anguilla, who was able to ensure that the people of Anguilla don't have to jump on a boat to go to St. Martin to have an MRI, because today, just as the leader of the opposition said, the people now have choices. They can remain in Anguilla and do the MRI, or they can go to St. Martin and do the MRI. But the choices have been given, Madam Speaker. He went on to say, Madam Speaker, they have come from 4 major sources: consistent financial aid from France and Holland, infrastructure development with a high level of accountability, strong budgetary and personal assistance in education and other social services, and a strong thrust in tourism by the local administrations. Madam Speaker, this is where we are today. We may be late, because they keep saying that we are late in bringing this to the House. But Madam Speaker, since 2016, they knew that these things will be done. And here we are, Madam Speaker, in 2022, at the end of 2022, implementing what they should have implemented long time ago. And it goes back, Madam Speaker, to a tax called the REAL, the Real Estate Residential Asset Levy, Madam Speaker. The Anguilla United Front started giving away our stamp duty, Madam Speaker, way back in 2002. And they came up with Solomon of this idea of the Real Estate Residential Asset Levy. And between 2002, when it was first hatched, and 2020, Madam Speaker, there were no attempts to implement the tools to ensure that that money was collected until this administration came into office, to ensure that the people of Anguilla would be able to receive those funds. And those are some of the funds that help to give the people of Anguilla, not once but twice, $1,000 towards the electricity bill. Never in history has that ever been done. Never in history have that ever been done. And persons over 70 receiving a food voucher, Madam Speaker, from the government of Anguilla. Never before that has been done. And they can't say because it's the hardships and because it's and so forth, Madam Speaker. Because this country was built on hardships. In this book, my uncle had to be out sailing and on and living from the age of 12 Charlie Gums, may he rest in peace, Madam Speaker, was in the canes of the Dominican Republic, cotton cane, at the age of 9. So don't tell me that it is harder now than it was back then. My uncle was one of 8, Madam Speaker. And out of those 8 children, only one, Hubert Benjamin Hughes, attended a high school, Madam Speaker, in St. Kitts, Madam Speaker, in St. Kitts. Because there was none in Anguilla. In Anguilla and St. Kitts Nevis were all British colonies at the time, governed by a British commissioner, then became governor, Madam Speaker. That's the historical fact. And Brasher wasn't even on the scene. He wasn't even on the scene. Brasher was born in 1916. And the right to vote for these people in these territories only came in 1953. So we got to understand the history. So this is why I don't like when they say, oh, don't go back in the past, because you got to understand how we got there, Madam Speaker. How we got there. And Madam Speaker, so the whole notion that people are rushing to St. Martin just buying because of GST is a fallacy, Madam Speaker. It's a cop-out. It's playing politics. And we shouldn't be here debating about GST, Madam Speaker, because every single member of this House, Madam Speaker, at some point in time said yes to GST, with the exception of the single island-wide member, Mr. Kyle Hodge, because he planned on running a government by himself. And I say that because the government is run through Executive Council, and in the Executive Council, you have to have consensus. And if you don't have consensus, you don't move things forward. So if every single member of this House agree at some point in time in this House and in Executive Council that GST should be forwarded and moved forward with, it means that it's disingenuous when I hear the argument coming from the other side, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to go to the points that the members of the opposition made towards this interim goods tax. Because the member, the single island-wide member, Mr. Kyle Hodge, Madam Speaker, he asked the question, are we intentionally trying to omit certain businesses, Madam Speaker? Why would any government, given the level of scrutiny, not only within the government of Anguilla, but also higher than the government of Anguilla, seek to discriminate against any particular business in Anguilla, Madam Speaker? I don't know what he could be speaking to, because that very member knows that on the onset of COVID in 2020, Madam Speaker, the Anguilla United Front, including the Honorable Cora Richardson Hodge, the Honorable Evans McNeil Rogers, the Honorable Cardigan Connor, the Honorable Victor Franklin Banks, the Honorable Curtis Richardson, Madam Speaker, they approved certain reliefs from duty that vendors and shopkeepers would not pay any duties on this list of items, and then they will pass on the savings to the consumer. And the agreement was that the markup could not be more than 40%, Madam Speaker. When we came to office, it expired in October of 2020. In October of 2020. We went and we extended it. But during that time, we had a comprehensive analysis done to determine whether or not the savings were being passed on to the consumers, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, what we found was appalling. And if the Anguilla United Front was a responsible government, they would have done a similar analysis soon after implementation. We found that even though these items were 0 rated in the Custom Procedure Code, based on the agreement that was made, Madam Speaker, And it was agreed that the markup would be no more than 40%. In some instances, items were marked up in excess of 400%. 400%. Madam Speaker, I know the members of the opposition keep on saying, well, we're trying to harm the businesses, we're trying to harm the businesses. But Madam Speaker, businesses also got to recognize, as members of the opposition have said, that the people have choices. So when you have an agreement that you're not going to pay any duties or anything on these items, and you only can mark up 40%, and that was agreed, and then you turn around and mark up 100, 200, 300, 400%, and the people are buying real shine today for $12 and then buying real shine for $63 the next day, they know that they have choices. Not only in St. Martin, because the leader of the opposition, Madam Speaker, spoke of some company that you can sit down at home from St. Martin, get your items, I forgot the name, and I won't give them a plug. But you can also order from Amazon. You can order from Wayfair. You can order from a number of different means, Madam Speaker, not only through St. Martin, but Madam Speaker, even in this book, Mr. James Freddie Hughes, in A Man for All Seasons, wrote about the fact that Anguillians would jump on American Eagle and fly down to Puerto Rico to shop. Madam Speaker, do you know how long American Eagle haven't been in Anguilla? Over a decade. And a decade ago, there was no such thing as GST, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, the fishermen in the past, Madam Speaker, fishermen in the past will go to Marigot, they will sell their catch, and they will come up, return to Anguilla with boatloads of groceries, Madam Speaker. There were deep historical ties between Anguilla and St. Martin in terms of the business. And the member for Sandy Hill spoke about the fact that when she went to St. Martin, the businesses, one business in particular, thanked her, said thank you.
A point of order, Madam Speaker, just to clarify, I said a taxi, a person that rents vehicles, that is different from a business. And if you go to St. Martin, many people would know you go for different reasons, not necessarily to shop.
Madam Speaker, if my brain, I'm not the smartest person in here, but my brain tells me that a taxi driver is a business person. Maybe they are not anymore. Because we recently came to this house to exempt certain businesses from having to apply for a business license. And a taxi was one of those. Am I correct, Leader of Government Business?
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, I would ask the member if he's going to quote to be specific, because a business owner contemplates something different. A taxi driver is very specific, and that's why I said taxi driver.
Semantics, Madam Speaker. Semantics. But if you want me to withdraw business owner and say taxi driver, it's the same, one and the same. A taxi driver is a business person. Anyway, Madam Speaker, we won't prolong this any longer, arguing back and forth with my good friend, the Leader of Opposition, Madam Speaker. Because, believe it or not, we may debate issues in here, but outside of here, we are lovey-dovey and we are good friends, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move on. Madam Speaker, and the reason why the taxi driver, the businessman who was driving the taxi, Madam Speaker, was thankful was because the borders were now open and persons were once again able to return to shopping in St. Martin, Madam Speaker. During the pandemic, Madam Speaker, there was a comedian in St. Martin, a DJ by the name of DJ Kembe, Madam Speaker, and every single week he would have real satirical, laughable videos where he said how Anguillians are cutting themselves off from KFC. Because we all know that most people, when they go to shop, they'll grab a bucket of KFC. And it's only because we don't have KFC in Anguilla. It isn't that we're big fans of KFC. Leave the KFC set up in Anguilla and see how long the business will last. As long as Subway once, Subway twice. Because we may have it as a treat, but we're not going to eat Subway Madam Speaker. I mean, KFC every day. But Madam Speaker, and that is why he was thankful to the leader of opposition for coming back to St. Martin. And the leader of the opposition spoke about how well the businesses, the local businesses did in December of 2020. But the reason why they did well in December of 2020 is because people could not travel to St. Martin and shop as they once did. What COVID did is this, Madam Speaker, because my father always taught me that we have a short memory. What COVID did is made us forget that people are actually going to St. Martin and shopping. And once the borders are open, Madam Speaker, the first visitors to St. Martin came back with boxes. And this is before the implementation of GST. There were two persons who went over on the first trip, and one who came back. And we got to thank Mr. Joe Davis for taking the sacrifice, because he placed his boat in the water and suffered the losses, Madam Speaker, for weeks. 1, 2, 3 people at a time, Madam Speaker. Significant losses until the business got up and running, Madam Speaker. And we are still not yet up to those numbers. The single island-wide member, Mr. Kenneth Hodge, brought some stats. We're still not up to those numbers of traveling between Anguilla and Marigot as what we once did. So if people are going to St. Martin and shopping, it isn't because of a lack of choices, Madam Speaker, because the choices are here. Madam Speaker, there's a business on the western side of the island, and they also have a branch on the eastern side of the island. The business is called Best Buy, Madam Speaker. And I want to place this on record, Madam Speaker. When we did our analysis, Best Buy was one of those businesses who passed the test. Best Buy was one of those businesses who passed on the savings to the consumer. And Best Buy is one of those businesses who immediately, on the implementation of GST, started passing on those savings, those 9% savings to the consumer as well. And I want to say this. There's another business by the name of J.W. Proctor's who also passed the test and continue to pass the test. Local businesses, Madam Speaker, and they must be applauded, because I know a lot of businesses who made excuses for raising their prices 200% and 300%, blaming GST. There were even some businesses, Madam Speaker, who were raising prices, saying that, oh, they're raising the prices because the government plan and implemented a 17% GST. These are the things that certain businesses were saying to consumers, because I was one of those businesses, and I turned to the cashier and I said, do you know who I am? And she said, no, it's not a local business. And I said, I'm a member of government, so you can't tell me that. If there was a hole, Madam Speaker, she would have fallen into it. And then you can blame GST for people going and shopping in St. Martin. When James Freddie Hughes, in A Man for All Seasons, said from the 1970s, all the 1970s, people of Anguilla have been going to St. Martin in droves, shopping. And once those boats were equipped with engines, because they went by sailboat first, Madam Speaker. You had like the hog boat and all of those boats. They used to be sailing boats and racing boats, but they also shuttled people back and forth. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, in a book called Confessions of a Laundryman by Kenneth Rijak, he said that when he started in Anguilla, laundering his money in Anguilla, Madam Speaker, he said he would come over on a boat where he had more pigs and sheep and goats than people, Madam Speaker. That book can be found on Amazon.com. And he followed up with another book called Confessions of, I believe, I'll get the name, Madam Speaker, but he had a second book that was featured in The Guardian, a number of different. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, Mr. Keith Stone Graves, he interviewed Mr. Rijak back in 2019, I believe it is, and it was a very fascinating interview, Madam Speaker. Very fascinating. But this is a history that people don't want to hear about. And Madam Speaker, lo and behold, one of the banks that Mr. Rejak helped establish in Anguilla fell victim to the banking resolution. And Madam Speaker, the banking resolution would not have happened if you didn't have carelessness and recklessness in these banks. And the leader of opposition, the member for Sandy Hill, was a member of the board of directors of the National Bank of Anguilla, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I want to say this, and my argument can only be made because the two foreign commercial banks, namely First Caribbean and Bank of Nova Scotia, did not fall victim. How is it that our two prize institutions, Madam Speaker, fell victim, while these two establishments did not fall victim? It had to be the decision making. It had to be the decision making. And the member for Valley North, she said in the last debate that some of these same people now want to come back as an author of all things. They want to establish renewable energy company to give electricity to Anglic. Lo and behold, Madam Speaker, that's another topic for another time that we'll talk about, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, in an article appearing on the 5th of April, 2019, by the leader of the then opposition, Ms. Pam Webster, entitled "The Sins of the AUF Government," Madam Speaker, Pam's update. And in this, she said, and I want to quote, "Is this really what respect looks like? Did the Chief Minister consider that he could lead a discussion with the British as to how to limit their contingent liability for Anguilla without imposing taxes? Clearly, he did not resist the ideas put forward by the British and simply acquiesced to the decision to impose taxes. At most, he secured a mere deferral of the British requirement, nothing more." And she was speaking about an interview that Mr. Banks had on 95.9 SOS Radio on the 29th of March 2019 with Billy D, Madam Speaker, on the implementation of the goods and services tax. She went on. Towards the end of the interview, Billy D expressed his concerns with the government of Anguilla's debt situation and the decision to increase taxes in a phased approach. So what was this phased approach, Madam Speaker? The phased approach was the first bit of implementation would have been on the 1st of January 2019. And the member of opposition got up on a point of order and said, well, it was delayed, without putting it in the context as to why it was delayed. It was delayed because things were not in place and they were not ready to implement. And because they were not ready to implement because things were not in place, they had to push down the date to the 1st of July and then push down the date to the 1st of October. And it was implemented on the 1st of August. So I believe that the leader of the opposition is trying to say that not because we agreed to every international organization, not because we agreed with the IMF and the CARTAC and the Executive Council and the commitments in the memorandum of agreement that was signed by the British government and the government of Anguilla, Madam Speaker, in the COVID period, that it could have been pushed back further than January the 1st, 2019. But for argument's sake, let us assume that that is correct. Based on history, it would have been pushed back to no later than the 1st of October 2021. Because you want to assume that they may not have been ready. So it may have been pushed back till October the 1st, 2021. And maybe they want to say that the third phase would have been pushed back to October 1st, 2023. But that is not the case, Madam Speaker, because once that second phase is implemented, the third phase is just a fait accompli. It's a simple amendment. Straightforward, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, today is what? Today is the 29th of December. 29th of December. So in 2 short days, if the Anguilla United Front was in office, all phases of the goods and services tax, to include all goods and services, would have been implemented on the 1st of January 2023. And then what would have been the argument? The only person who would have been standing in this house and making an argument is the single island white member who was once a member of the government. Nobody else. And Madam Speaker, in Pam's article about the sins of the AUF government, she said, the Honorable Chief Minister then uttered, the point is, if you are on the operating table and you need to make a blood transfusion, you can't wait to make a decision. You can't wait because change can't wait. And even Mr. Victor Franklin Banks understood that change couldn't wait, Madam Speaker. You cannot wait to make a blood transfusion if you're on the operating table, Madam Speaker. And I know the good doctor would know this, because he has performed many a surgery, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, the article went on. This is Pam now. Ms. Webster, sorry. We can speculate that Hurricane Irma indeed put a spoke in the wheel, but the assurance the Chief Minister would have provided the British was certainly evidence in the budget that he has ran out of excuses to bar the introduction of the goods and services tax. He has done what? He has run out of excuses to bar the goods and services tax. And we are in here, Madam Speaker, speaking about goods and services tax is this, goods and services tax is that, because you're not on this side of the divide anymore, you're on that side of the divide, you can say whatever you want. You're going to fool the people off. Fool the people off, Madam Speaker. You fool the British. Tell them you're going to implement, then we're going to implement. And then how you going to get your budget assented to? How will you get your budget assented to? The bad decision that was made by the member of Sandy Hill to relocate the Albina Lake Hodge Comprehensive School from the present location to the now new location have put us in a bad
On a point of order. On a point of order, Madam Speaker.
Member, I believe that would not have been the decision of the member solely, so you please do not impute.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Yes, I am saying the member for Sandy Hill was the minister responsible for education, Madam Speaker. And as the minister responsible for education, she was tasked with the responsibility of ensuring that the education projects came to fruition.
On a point of order, Madam
And this
Speaker.
is where it's done under the Anguilla program right now as it is.
While I understand that she was a member, she was not the sole member to make that decision.
There was a committee, Madam Speaker, a point of clarification. There was an education reform committee that was established comprising a broad number of persons from the private community, teachers, educators, Ministry of Education, and all of them came together and the ultimate decision was made to relocate. And so I would ask the member to refrain from making, and Madam Speaker, let me just say, the member is a minister of government and you would think he would understand government procedures by now.
I'm going to ask you to withdraw that last portion
It's a question, Madam Speaker.
Let's not impute improper motive. I have corrected the member. I am
motives.
thankful for the clarification. Let's not impute improper motive.
I understand how government works. But what I'm saying is this. As a Minister of Education, the member for Sandy Hill at the time was tasked with delivering the education projects. The Minister of Health was tasked with the delivery of the health projects. The Minister of Infrastructure was tasked, wait, Madam Speaker, and they went to Executive Council. So yes, it would have been a holistic decision, but they were advised not to, and I have that evidence right here, Madam Speaker.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, the decision to relocate Albina Lake Hodge Comprehensive School to the quarter was done prior to Hurricane Irma. It was only as a result of the destruction of the school that the decision was made to fast track. But there was a reform committee in place before Hurricane Irma that was looking at education reform.
Madam Speaker, let the member produce that evidence because, Madam Speaker, the land in which they have now built the new Albina Lake Hodge Comprehensive School was acquired from the estate from Mr. Albert A.R. Lake to develop a track and field. It was allocated 17 acres of land to build a track and field. And the Ministry of Infrastructure advised in writing, Madam Speaker, after Hurricane Irma, that the school should be rebuilt in its present location. Don't you notice that every single one of these education projects for the Anguilla program has already been built and occupied, with the exception to the Albina Lake Hodge Comprehensive School? And the government, the taxpayers of Anguilla, are now funding the completion? Don't you realize that? That 17 acres of land, Madam Speaker, was acquired many years ago under the same Anguilla United Front administration for a track and field. And they have made bad decision after bad decision after bad decision.
Point of
and have
order,
plunged
Madam
this
Speaker.
country in the state it is today, Madam
On
Speaker.
a point
and I
of
can
order,
list them out since
Madam
you've given me the
Speaker,
opportunity, Madam
the
Speaker.
mischaracterization of state decisions made by an education reform committee that made recommendations to the ministry and to executive council, and it is inappropriate for the minister to suggest otherwise. And I wish that he would get the facts before he comes to his honorable house making all sorts of misstatements, and that's just the facts.
Madam Speaker, education reform is in buildings. Education reform has to do with the delivery in the methodology in which you deliver education, Madam Speaker. And here it is, Madam Speaker. Here it is, the ranking criteria as to which were the better places, the better options, and I will send it to all members of the House, Madam Speaker, so that her memory will be revisited.
You're
and Madam Speaker, I
referencing
want to
it.
go back to the
Since
point.
you are referencing it, member, can you read it?
Yes, it's a long reading. I need an hour and a half for that.
No, you're not getting an hour and a half, so make reference to the point that you were making.
Okay, so they had weighting factors. 1, not very important. 2, somewhat important. 3, important. 4, very important. These weighting factors have been taken from the California Department of Education site selection criteria. Site selection criteria. So they didn't just pull things out of the air. They researched, Madam Speaker, the ministry. And that's why I always praise the members of my ministry, Madam Speaker, because they continue to do a good work regardless of who is in office. And they made these recommendations to Executive Council, Madam Speaker. And the recommendations look at the quarter south of the medical school, the quarter northeast of Omolulu School, north of Carl's Pond, the Farrington Factory, Chalvels, Welch's, Upper South Hill, Madam Speaker. And they look at these areas, they look at the location, size, topography, flood, drainage, surrounding existing land uses, accessibility, utilities, safety, noise, and ownership. And they gave a rating system, Madam Speaker, on these particular sites. And in their final analysis, they recommended that the Albina Lake Hodge Comprehensive School, because of a number of factors, including its proximity to all of the essential services, including the library, road, emergency services, should be built in that present location, Madam Speaker. In the present location, that's a historical location, Madam Speaker. That's the site of our first high school that was opened in 1953, Madam Speaker, with the principal, Mr. Edison Hughes. The school probably should have been named Edison Hughes Secondary School, Madam Speaker. But be that as it may, we can't change history. And we can't change these historical facts either. And Madam Speaker, and I said before I was interrupted, that the Anguilla United Front over the years have made bad decision after bad decision after bad decision.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, the member keeps getting up making these general broad statements, trying to impute improper motive to the previous administration. And I would ask that he brings facts that come to the House. As a point of clarification, because I've heard the member talk about what Maiku would have proposed. What the member does not know is that the department, the Ministry of Education and the Education Reform Committee took all of those factors into consideration, but also took into factor the need for the education system for the Albino Lake Comprehensive School to be in one location. That was the ultimate vision. And you could not accomplish that by bringing in all the different factors at the existing site. And so that is why the decision had been made to relocate. And so I would ask that the member gets all of the facts, not just one from his ministry, but everything, so that he can bring a true picture to the House.
Madam Speaker, I am fully aware of what she spoke about. That was, so the education persons had one opinion, and the Ministry of Infrastructure had a different opinion, and they ignored the recommendations by the Ministry of Infrastructure because everything could have been centrally located right there in the present site, Madam Speaker, because even today, when that school is completed, it still will not be able to accommodate Campus A and Campus B in the one central location. You understand what I'm saying, Madam Speaker? So we have gone from bad to worse, because instead of the teachers having to traverse between the Campus A and Campus B in one location, they now have to drive up to the quarter, to another location. And the TVET was not considered, Madam Speaker.
On a point of clarification, Madam Speaker, TVET was included. There were 4 stages, 4 phases that were proposed. In addition, Madam Speaker, Campus B was proposed to be built next to Campus A. And again, the member is coming to the House making misstatements without understanding all of the facts.
Thank you.
Campus A and B was supposed to be next to each other in that existing location. TVET was supposed to be there in that existing location.
Thank you, member. Was supposed to be and is, that's completely different. But what was supposed to be and is are 2 different things.
But, Madam Speaker, I can only speak about what was the case when I was there. What has happened since then? Decisions, whether or not funding was spread over other areas, etc. It's not a matter for me.
Member.
I'm talking about what was the case when I was there, and they can't dispute that.
Madam Speaker, the member fails to recognize a very important factor in the development of any project. Where the money gonna come from? The decision that the member and her colleagues made have increased the cost of maintenance exponentially. Millions of dollars, Madam Speaker, and it was captured in the 2023 budget that was presented just recently, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the people of Anguilla have now got to pay for the completion, not even the completion, the partial completion of that facility, Madam Speaker. And I said before, and I'm going to go back to it because there's no way the member of Sandy Hill can be able to distract me from what I'm about to say. The Anguilla United Front have made bad decision after bad decision after bad decision.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, when the member is coming to his honorable House, I will ask that he withdraw the statement.
Complete your
withdraw
statement.
the statement unless he's able to bring facts that there was bad decision after bad decision. Other than that, he's misrepresenting in the House.
Bad decision based on what? That's what I am. But you're not allowing him to complete. Please continue.
Madam Speaker, the Anguilla United Front have made bad decision after bad decision after bad decision after bad decision, time and time again over the years. Let me give you some examples, Madam Speaker. In 2018, Jacobs Consultancy came with a report because we recognized, 2008, sorry, Madam Speaker, we recognized that the Sandy Ground Pier had reached the end of its life. And after extensive consultation and lots of work, made the recommendations that the pier, the cargo pier, deep water facility must be relocated to Carito. The Anguilla United Front, Madam Speaker, made the decision, the government in which the member for Sandy Hill was part of, made the decision against the view and the feelings of the residents of Sandy Ground, didn't take into consideration the people of Sandy Ground, to place a pier in Sandy Ground, making people extremely uncomfortable, developing a pier in a country that is a developing state that can't accommodate any boat with a draft of more than 16 feet, Madam Speaker. So it means that we have not advanced. And apart from that, there are no land-based services that have been provided. So even though that pier has been completed months ago, you cannot utilize it to its full capacity, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, so when they talk about bad decisions, they continue to put bad decisions and financial burdens on the people of Anguilla. And every time they have done so, this organization have had to come to office to clean up the mess. In 1994, Madam Speaker, the parent of the Anguilla United Front, the Anguilla National Alliance, was in government, Madam Speaker. 1994. After losing the election and a coalition government come into office, found out that we were in bad financial shape. By the end of 2019, Madam Speaker, 1999, the Caribbean Development Bank and a number of other organizations had deemed that Anguilla had the fastest growing economy in the region. Madam Speaker, in 1976, Mr. James Ronald Webster and his government deemed that Brimagin would be the site of an international airport, Madam Speaker. In 1980, the Anguilla...
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, relevance to the existing regulations.
The relevance, I can point out that he's making examples. That's what you requested, of the bad decision after bad decision after bad decision. That was his point. But that's what was requested. Please continue.
1994, and why is the relevance to the existing regulations? I'm sure I don't understand what's going on in this house.
Madam Speaker, with all due respect to the member for Sandy Hill and to yourself, the member for Sandy Hill asked for clarity, and I'm providing clarity. And I think that she is correct for asking for clarity.
1994 was not, I was not in government. You said the previous Anguilla United Front. No, but 1994 was not, AUF was not in existence. So what is the relevance to the law?
He said the parent of the AUF, ANA, was in government. That's what he said.
Madam Speaker, this is painful because we got to understand the historical context. The Anguilla United Front is an offshoot from the Anguilla National Alliance and the Anguilla Democratic Party, not even the Anguilla Democratic Party, the Anguilla National Alliance and Victor Banks. So Victor Banks, just like Kyle Hodge, have been adopted by the Anguilla United Front. Victor Banks was adopted by the Anguilla National Alliance, and you came up with the name.
On a point of clarification, Madam Speaker, in 2000, the Anguilla National Alliance formed relationships with the ADP, as well as the Honorable Mr. Osborne Fleming, who was then an independent candidate.
Madam Speaker, that is factually incorrect.
It is not correct.
It is incorrect.
The speaker
I was a member of the
Anguilla Democratic Party.
Yes.
So you're saying that ADP was not part of the ANA?
No, I'm saying it was. It is a part of.
And Osborne Fleming as well. So you cannot say that ANA was an offshoot.
If the member want me to give a history lesson today, I will give a political history lesson today, Madam Speaker. Mr. Osborne Fleming. Mr. Osborne Fleming, yes it is that he was once an independent, but he formed a coalition with the Anguilla National Alliance in 1989. In 1989, he formed a coalition. The winners of the election was Mr. Kenneth Harrigan, Anna, Mr. Osmond Burlington Fleming, the Hammer, Independent, Mr. Eric Reed, Valley North, Mr. Victor Banks, Valley South, Mr. Emil Gomes, Road North, Hubert Benjamin Hughes, Road South, Albert Hughes, West End, and Mr. David Carter became the first parliamentary secretary with responsibility for education and the environment in 1989. These are facts, Madam Speaker. That's when they formed. In 1994, they came together, Madam Speaker. Osmond Fleming ran as a member of the Anguilla National Alliance, as the leader of the Anguilla National Alliance. And the candidates for the Anguilla National Alliance who won in that election was Mr. Osmond Fleming, Mr. Eric Reed, and Mr. Kenneth Harrigan. And the other 4 seats were won by 2 different parties. The Anguilla United Movement of Mr. Hubert Benjamin Hughes and Mr. Albert Hughes, and the Anguilla Democratic Party of Mr. Victor Banks and Mr. Edison Alvear Beard. And they came together, and I was there, at the home of one great religious leader, Mr. John Gomes, not your John Gomes, our John Gomes, in Says, with the help of one Mr. William Billy Hubbard, to form the coalition government, Madam Speaker. I was there the night before they ran through the electricity line and cut the electricity. And Uncle Freddie hugged the ballot box. Give you some history, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, so it is indeed that Mr. Fleming was a member of ANA. And then in 1999, again as the leader of ANA. And the same results occurred, and we know the political impasse. But what I was saying about the bad decisions is that even though subsequent governments made recommendations and did a lot of work in terms of land acquisition in prohibiting persons from building in Birmingham to develop an airport in Birmingham, when the Anguilla United Front came to office in 2000, they abandoned Birmingham and decided upon Wild Lake. And while it is that they were not officially named the Anguilla United Front, they came together, as Mr. Banks said, as a united front. And then, in 2005, they officially renamed and rebranded away from the hand, which was ANA, and the clock, which was ADP, into the beacon. We don't even use beacons anymore. We use GPS. Maybe next election they'll brand themselves as GPS, Madam Speaker, in 2005. And that's why I say they make bad decision after bad decision after bad decision that plunges country into where it is today, Madam Speaker. And they've had opportunity, because in 2014, Infrastructure United Kingdom, in conjunction with the government of Anguilla, in which I was part of, make recommendations as to how we could turn the bad decision at the Clayton J. Lloyd International into something that was progressive and something that could deliver on the promise of an proper international airport that can accommodate the Airbus 320 and the Airbus 220. And Madam Speaker, these recommendations were made. Summary and recommendations. The government of Anguilla Airport project is in an early state of maturity, and there's much work to be done to properly establish a project and provide a robust basis for it to progress. The focus of the United Kingdom Infrastructure United Kingdom review and the recommendations made in this report reflects the project status. Through the Tourism Master Plan, and project has a strong strategic case with a clear need and set of economic benefits. And listen, Madam Speaker, I'm only going to read this part here. This can be accessed. While the strategic case set out in the TMP provides an excellent starting point, this needs to be built on urgently with the establishment of a dedicated project team and the development of a thorough, robust, and persuasive business case, Premier. And when was that business case decided upon in progress? Under this administration, Madam Speaker, putting Anguilla in a place where it can be sustainable, Madam Speaker, sustainability. And we are ensuring that we put this country on that path, so when that irresponsible, fiscally irresponsible government that don't care about the laws of Anguilla, if they're ever re-elected, they got to follow along those guidelines, Madam Speaker. When I say that without reservation, fiscally irresponsible, don't even care about the Administrative and the Audit Act, Madam Speaker. And that is why we are here today to pass these regulations, in keeping with the Administrative and Audit Act, so that when they come to government, they can do little backroom deals to give away our tax dollars as they have done in the past, without the people of Anguilla knowing, without the Executive Council knowing. This is a matter of fact. When the government in which the member for Sandy Hill was part of gave away tens of thousands of dollars, come up with a deal that investors can go ahead and fix a dock, and then we can give it here in a tax rebate otherwise, without going through the proper due process.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, point of clarification, I'm wondering if the member is speaking to the dock that was built through Tourism Board dollars without approval during his term while he sat as parliamentary secretary. I'm wondering if that's the dock he's making reference to that was not approved prior to the construction.
Madam Speaker, if you want to catch a fish, you got to throw out the bait. And a fish is always caught by its mouth. And Madam Speaker, I want to say this. The St. Martin Anguilla dock was not only approved, but was approved in the Executive Council of Anguilla. As a matter of fact, when I went to the Executive Council, I was invited by William Allison Harrison to come to Executive Council. And Mr. William Allison Harrison made it clear for the record that the present situation, just as we were making the argument, because Mr. Eustace Guichard was part of that as well, we all made a presentation together in the Executive Council. It was taking people over 2 hours to get from St. Martin to Anguilla. And Madam Speaker, that is the recklessness of the Anguilla United Front decision-making regime. And when I hear Mr. Kyle Harris talking about think tank, that's the type of think tank that you want to deal with. Because, Madam Speaker, when the bad decision was taken in 2002 to shut down the Wall Lake Airport, Madam Speaker, against the recommendation of American Airlines, because prior to that decision, American Airlines flew into Anguilla out of San Juan 3 times a day, and in season, an 11 o'clock flight, 10:45 flight, Madam Speaker. And Mr. Michael Rios, who was the regional director for American Eagle, placed in writing not to. You can do the redevelopment of the airport and keep the airport open. And they said no. And by the time they closed it down, American Airlines had lost its market share because you couldn't stop the hospitality sector. So what we did, because I was a member of the hospitality sector at that time, we started to market Princess Juliana International Airport. And the charter boat business started. Juluka 1 and Juluka 2. And eventually had Fun Time, charters, and the like, Madam Speaker. Established business. And you could, in Gotcha, Garfield, Richardson, you could take the boat, come from St. Martin, and come straight to the hotel, jump off in the water, and on to the hotel room, Madam Speaker. And then it was changed. You had to check in officially at the point of entry. But you checked in differently back then. Madam Speaker, because you had to ensure that the tourists still get to Anguilla. So we shut down the airport, and we lost San Juan route, Madam Speaker, because of that bad decision to abandon that site for this, even though we had investors that were ready to invest in Brimaging. Geotechnical studies were done, outline drawings were done. They're still in the Ministry of Infrastructure and the Ministry of Planning. They were done in 1999. And the investors were out of France, Madam Speaker. And Mr. Fleming, when he was on Cool FM on an interview in 2000, Madam Speaker, and was asked the question, why is it he's abandoning the airport in Birmingham? He said, because with the airport in Birmingham will come along the requirement for the investors to develop through their partners 4,000 hotel rooms. And with 4,000 hotel rooms, it means that you're going to have 8,000 people coming to Anguilla to work. Because based on the room ratio to the employee complement. And that was the excuse. But Madam Speaker, that same Anguilla United Front administration who abandoned the investors developing an airport in Birmingham because it would have brought 4,000 hotel rooms, went ahead and signed memorandums of agreement that would bring to Anguilla 4,380 hotel rooms in less than the 15 years that the developers for the airport were requiring. Tell me that makes sense. And in that decision, that same Anguilla United Front gave out over 1,000 visa waivers to Chinese and Indians to the point that we were classified. And people were saying that we're doing the same. Qatar, look what happened in Qatar. We were under the same scrutiny. And the recklessness of the Anguilla United Front allowed tuberculosis to enter Anguilla. And when someone whispered it to me, and Mr. Evan McNeil Rogers was a guest on my radio program, I brought it to him. And to his credit, he admitted it was true. A black eye, Madam Speaker. So when we're talking about GST, Madam Speaker, and we're talking about the recklessness and the bad decisions by the Anguilla United Front, and every time another government, namely this administration, this organization, because this APM is an offshoot of the Anguilla United Movement, just like the Anguilla United Front is an offshoot of the Anguilla National Alliance and Victor Banks. Every time they make these bad decisions and mess the country up, we have to come in and clean them. As a matter of fact, on his first address on becoming the Minister of Finance in 2000, Mr. Victor Banks said, and I quote, "The country's finances have been prudently managed. We will hit the ground running." And even on coming to office in 2015, Mr. Banks, in his message to the people of Anguilla, he said he has never inherited a country where the financials have been in such a great position, Madam Speaker. In 2015, that is what he inherited. $33 million in surpluses, Madam Speaker. And but he also said, the government, the now opposition, the Anguilla United Movement, is talking about $33 million in surpluses, but in one swoop, if we pay the Anguilla civil servants, that will be gone. But it went away. It went away, Madam Speaker, and only this year, through this budget, we are paying off all of the remaining debt for the Anguilla Civil Service. But how did we acquire the debt? Again, it was the decisions of the Anguilla United Front where we acquired those debt obligations that the people of Anguilla have to pay. So much so that people out there cussing civil servants because they believe that the civil servants are the problem. Try to run Anguilla without civil servants, you'll see something. People believe that we can run Anguilla without civil servants. Nothing that I have done have been done by me. Because of the support of my colleagues and the hard work of the civil servants is why we have accomplished what we have accomplished in such a short time, Madam Speaker. Irresponsible decisions that have brought us to our knees, that Christina Scott will say that it will impact a generation. That generation includes me. I have to pay too. We all have to pay. And politicians are temporary, Madam Speaker. We are temporary. And our job is to ensure that we leave this place better than we met it. But they don't care. Madam Speaker, I'm going to close now. I had a lot more to say, but I'm going to close now. But I want to say this, Madam Speaker, because, and I want to remind persons, please, to read the article sins of the government, Madam Speaker. And I want people to access the Executive Council minutes And I want people to see how we got from that to this, because there's a lot, Madam Speaker, as how we got from that to this, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, and I want people to understand how that banking resolution impacted how we are today. And you cannot pat yourself on the back because you did the banking resolution without considering that the debt obligations that were made part by banking resolution, disenfranchising people of their pensions and what have you. Just today I met a pensioner from CCB asking about their pension, Madam Speaker. We have been able to remedy the situation at the whole NBA. But CCB, so there are some that are still outstanding that the Minister of Finance is working assiduously on, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, and I heard the member for Sandy Hill said, if we can't even deal with Anguilla, how would we be able to deal with the banking resolution? You know how their plan was to deal with Anguilla? Sell it. Sell the shares, the government of Anguilla shares. But thank God for Harold Wan, Madam Speaker. Harold Wan put his corporate governance life suicide in terms of corporate governance, Madam Speaker, to ensure that they didn't sell it. So now they could jump up and pretend as if that never existed, and jump up and pretend that in August of 2017, they didn't do a share offering where they had the prospectus displayed at the post office, Madam Speaker. They can pretend that that didn't happen. They can pretend that they didn't have it for sale only because of Hurricane Irma came. That was delayed. And after it was up and running again they tried to sell it, Madam Speaker. They wanted to sell it. It made up part of the medium-term and economic fiscal plan. And the Honorable Premier, Dr. Ellis Lorenzo Webster, when he came to government, he fought to ensure that was removed. He said, give us some time. And the British government relented, not only on that, but also on the imposition of the goods and services tax on the dates that we were committed to, which should have been January the 1st, 2021 and January the 1st, 2023, Madam Speaker. And then they want to make him out as if he doesn't care. A man who has been a surgeon for many years, nimble fingers, caring man, saving lives, Madam Speaker. I've met people in Anguilla who, even before he had any intentions on running politics, speak about how he saved their lives at no cost. I remember Mr. Thomas Asafan, before Mr. Webster was elected to office, he was running for elections, and Mr. Thomas Asafan wrote that he can envision a day when we will be in Parliament and Mr. Webster will be called to help someone at the hospital, and it was done. It has happened. I don't want to call Mr. Asafan a visionary, but it has happened. And then they want to say that he doesn't care and he doesn't put out his hand and ask for a check. And Madam Speaker, no body, no financial action task force, no and arsenal have ever raided his office and take up his computer and investigate him, Madam Speaker. He has kept his hand above board. And then you hear them on radio talking about he owns all of these renewable energy businesses, Madam Speaker. Which is ridiculous, Madam Speaker. All sorts of things they throw out. I've heard one of my former teachers who like to write on Facebook, who the member for Valley North like to agree with. I remember he was making reference to my political opponent and saying that, oh, he is corrupt, but at least he would share it. I'm not saying the member for Valley North endorsed that. She did not endorse that. But she has endorsed a lot of his statements, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, he needs to be specific in terms of what statements I've endorsed, because I don't see the relevance of this if I didn't endorse the statement he's referencing now, because I think it's misleading.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as a child, I would go down on the rocks and fish a lot, and we'd always use a line on the hook. And Madam Speaker, I have here on July the 27th, 2019, Ms. Shirley Rogers endorsing and sharing this, and I quote, "There are a lot of things that we want locally, but we have not seriously considered the implications. It's not just airlift and excess, it's a lot more. We just want. The 13,000 of us, most of whom are tax adverse, but we want. True words have not been spoken."
Where is that list?
This was on
from?
Facebook on July the 27th, 2019, Madam Speaker. She asked for clarity, and I have given that clarity, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, this has absolutely nothing to do with the other statement that he was making, so I want to know the relevance for me.
But Madam Speaker, I did say that the member for Valinard did not endorse the statement about
You
corruption.
did,
and
I heard
mistreatment.
that, yes.
I made that caveat to make sure that I would not impugn the member. But these are the things that the member has said. So thanks for allowing me the opportunity to clarify, Madam Speaker, member for Valinard. And Madam Speaker, like I've said time and time again, this administration is doing the work to ensure that those children that are born and unborn have an opportunity in this country, Madam Speaker. The airport development program, Madam Speaker, that is ongoing, Madam Speaker, that have been commenced and ongoing. Yes, it says it's a 20-year build-out, but we know that airports don't ever stop building out. Forever, that airport will be building out, because that's the nature of airports. If you fly into JFK or to Gatwick or Heathrow, you'll always see construction, or even to Princess Juliana International, you'll always see construction going on at airports, Madam Speaker. So you'll always see that. But the work has commenced to ensure that Anguilla is sustainable. We are working diligently to remove the whole notion of tourism seasons, of closing the island down for 6 weeks and 2 months, Madam Speaker. We started this year, as you can see, and next year you will see even less of those closures, Madam Speaker, because we are placing this country on a trajectory of success. And the Minister of Sustainability, Madam Speaker, is doing the work that a guy who jumped overboard, Madam Speaker, should have done. Food security, and in the 2023 budget, over $1 million, Madam Speaker, have been allocated. She's already working. The lettuce is already growing, Madam Speaker. That should have been work that he should have been doing, but instead, he across the street with the alphabet, Madam Speaker, taking instructions. And Madam Speaker, as I close, I'm going to yield my time to the Honorable Premier. I didn't feel like saying much today, Madam Speaker, because it's late in the day, and I decided that, you know what, as much as I had to speak about, I would just leave it as it is at this point in time, Madam Speaker. Although, Madam Speaker, I hope that the Premier speak about this, the white paper, Madam Speaker, and speak about the smooth transition from the IGT to the GST phase. This phase is already underway and is expected to be in place by August of 2019. Speak about that. Because, Madam Speaker, this government has been a responsible government. And you will see from the policies of the single island-wide member, Mr. Kenneth Hodge, that those policies are bringing fruit. Look at the high number of Anguillians that are now in managerial positions, Madam Speaker, and you'll see more of that. Look at the policies to ensure that our population is increased, Madam Speaker. You will see sustainability, food security, really moving forward under the now Minister of Sustainability, Madam Speaker, and Environment, and you saw the work that she has done in terms of the environment in COP 26 and 27, Madam Speaker. You will see after the long promises of a lease for drag strip, Madam Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary delivering on that in 2023, Madam Speaker. You will see the promise that the Honorable Premier made that persons over the age of 70 who have given their life to this country will receive free health care from the Princess Alexandra Hospital, Madam Speaker. You will see that come to fruition on January the 1st of 2023, Madam Speaker. You will see the promise of an MRI machine that the people of Anguilla can stay in Anguilla and have MRIs done, Madam Speaker, will be delivered, Madam Speaker. As a matter of fact, the delivery truck is on the way, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, it's there, Madam Speaker. You will see that the work that the Minister of Education continues to do and push and press in terms of education reform, Madam Speaker, Real education reform, not just brick and mortar, but education reform. It's done. And she has already made waves, even with the hair policy, Madam Speaker. And the decriminalization that she has been working on has gone to Executive Council. The track and field and the issues relating to the land, she has taken to Executive Council and gotten approval, Madam Speaker. Our minister at work. Because this is a responsible government and a responsible party, Madam Speaker, while that party is a part of man camps in modern day slavery, Madam Speaker, similar to what you have in the Anguilla United Front, Madam Speaker, speaking about them, because I just spoke about the history. So I'm just wrapping up, Madam Speaker. Your party. Say that again, Madam Speaker? Okay, thank you. Madam Speaker, yes, because we got here because of those decisions. The decision that after swearing in as a new government, you can all jump down, go down to Cuba and have an expensive dinner on the taxpayers'
On the point
Madam Speaker.
on the point of order, Madam Speaker, I've heard the member refer to this a number of times in the House, and I haven't a clue what he's speaking about. So I would ask him to produce the evidence or refrain from making such statements in the future. I want him to bring the evidence to the House of Assembly and to confirm whether or not whatever that was paid by the government of Angola, from the government of Angola Treasury.
Madam Speaker, you throw the line and you always catch the fish. Thank you for the opportunity, Madam Speaker, and on the next sitting of the House, I'll bring the evidence to show that the members of the Anguilla United Front, in which Cora Richardson Hodge and her spouse, because spouses were included, ate at Cuba restaurant at the Viceroy at the time, which is now Salt at the Four Seasons, on the taxpayers' dime, Madam Speaker. And I'll bring that evidence, Madam Speaker. The same party that even though all of them had their own personal vehicles, had rental vehicles, Madam Speaker, racking up tens of hundreds of thousands of dollars in car rental fees to the taxpayers of Anguilla, Madam Speaker. And the member for Sandy Hill was one of those. And after it was halted, they all jumped back in their personal vehicles for a period of time. This is a matter of fact. You know what that $1 million would have gone towards, Madam Speaker? Could have gone towards the new school. Madam Speaker, so they want the evidence, they can get the evidence. But these are not lies. These are not lies at all. And Madam Speaker, I've said all and more than what needs to be said. Hopefully I opened a can of worms that can be fixed. But I can say this though, Madam Speaker. Those things that happened in the past, I would hope will not happen in the future. But given the track record of the Anguilla United Front, given their record of bad decisions, Madam Speaker, given the record of delaying decisions that can place Anguilla on the right path, and that is why today we have to deal with the issue of Social Security, the Social Security Fund. We have to deal with the issue of the Anguilla Public Service Fund, Madam Speaker. All of these things drop in our lap, but it didn't happen yesterday. It didn't happen overnight. And that is why it is important that when you are tasked with the responsibility by virtue of being elected by the people of Anguilla, you have to be fiscally responsible and prudent with the taxpayers' purse, because everybody will have to pay. And there are some people I've had supporters come to me and say, why is it that we have to pay the United Front debt? It's not a United Front debt, because the United Front is an organization who can easily well dole out $100 for a ticket to go to a dinner at Savvy, Madam Speaker. It's not a United Front debt, it's the people of Anguilla's debt. And we all have to pay that debt. And based on the timeline, we're going to be paying that debt well up into the 2040s, Madam Speaker. 2040s. And Madam Speaker, this year alone, we have paid over $30 million. Well, not of $30 million, almost $40 million in debt. And next year again. And I believe in 2024 we'll be paying about $42 million. $42 million in debt, Madam Speaker. Imagine that. When the government of Anguilla came to office in 2010, the debt obligation was about 267 or thereabout million EC dollars. EC dollars important to quote currency. I know my colleagues on the other side don't really care about currency. By 2015, the debt obligations was a mere $206 million, moving downwards. Oh Lord, United Front came to office on the back that they're going to repeal the levy. Not on day 2, but on day 1. We're going to repeal this levy because this levy is bad for Anguilla. It's closing down businesses. The member for Sandy Hill made lots of impassioned pleas that it's going to close down businesses. Came in office in 2015, and you know where the levy was in 2020 when we came in office in 2020? Right there, Madam Speaker. Right there. And I know, and I'm going to give them this credit, because I think they have learned from the wisdom of that lie, Madam Speaker, that they will not lie to the people again and tell them to elect them.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the member, again, imputing improper motive in this honorable house. And I would ask him to refrain from using the word lie, because I have stood in this house and explained that when we met the banking situation that was left by the AUM government, that had to be resolved, and that's why the ISL could not be removed at the time. So I would ask him to refrain from making statements that have no justification.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, I was about to close, but I'm going to ask back the Premier for some of the time, because the member for Sandy Hill just made a statement that is factually incorrect. She said when they came in office and they saw the banking situation which the AUM left, Madam Speaker, the Anguilla United Front in 2009, knowing that the banks were on the verge of collapse, while the member for Sandy Hill was a member of the board of directors of the National Bank of Anguilla, they got together and they created a vehicle out of the Social Security called as CITCO. And then, yes, the AUF. And then, what they did,
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, I would ask the member to speak facts. The Anguilla United Front Party could not have created a vehicle. It would have been a company incorporated in a certain manner. So come with the facts when you're coming to this honorable house.
Madam Speaker, the Anguilla United Front government, together with the board of the Anguilla Social Security, got together and came up with a vehicle.
On a point of order,
called
Madam
a
Speaker,
CITCO.
I would ask for proof that the Anguilla United Front Party at the time and the board of NBA would have gotten together and come up with that proposal. Where's the proof for that? Social Security.
And Madam Speaker, a CITCO, and out of that, they bought the Cinnamon Reef for 20 million EC dollars, Madam Speaker, to inject liquidity support to the National Bank of Anguilla. And on coming to office in 2010, Madam Speaker, Mr. Jerry Allen Gomes reached out to me calling for an emergency meeting with the Chief Minister and Minister of Finance to discuss the planned ECCB takeover of the banks in Anguilla. And we did not even know that situation, Madam Speaker, and we wanted it to be delayed. And we acquiesced to their request. And the Chief Minister of the time, Mr. Hubert Benjamin Hughes, the Permanent Secretary of Finance, Ms. Kathleen Rogers, the Permanent Secretary of Economic Development and Tourism, Dr. Aidan Harrigan, myself, we met with the board of directors that included the chairman, Mr. Osborne Bollington Fleming, who was the chairman and the chief minister from 2000 to 2010 of the CCB, at the boardroom of the Caribbean Commercial Bank, when they were asking that we try to delay The ECCB, as a matter of fact, Mr. Fleming, on the day of the takeover of the banks, he said that if the ECCB did not come into Anguilla, people would have showed up to the bank and wouldn't have a dime to give them. And if Ms. Cora Richardson Hodge want those facts, I can send them to her as well. And she can play them. As a matter of fact, you want me to play it here, I can play it here. I can play it. I have the recording right here. So, Madam Speaker, so when you make the claim that the banking situation that the government of Anguilla left, the Anguilla United Movement left, we didn't have no resolution, we didn't have no report, we didn't have none of that. As a matter of fact, in December of 2014, together with a representative of the British government, Hubert Hughes, wrote a joint letter to Sir Dwight K. Venner on the slow movement. Madam Speaker, to hold off the ECCB, from taking over. Because there's an act, Madam Speaker. What was agreed was that the ECCB would send a technical advisor to National Bank of Anguilla to help navigate the situation. And the ECCB sent in a man by the name of Andrew Ayton, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, Mr. Ayton made pleas, he begged, he prodded, he wrote. And on the 1st of May, 2013, he wrote, and I quote, "The problems facing the bank have their genesis in the extremely poor governance that has been a consistent feature of its recent history." And who was a member of the board of directors of National Bank of Anguilla? It included Ms. Cora Richardson Hodge, Madam Speaker. And she wanted to say that Minister Ken Hodge was there, but he was only sitting there as a government observer. And Madam Speaker, coupled...
What are you quoting from? What are you quoting from, member?
I'm quoting from written by Mr. Andrew Ayton, like I said that before.
Yeah. A letter?
Yes.
What date?
1st of May 2013.
Thanks.
On a point of clarification, Madam Speaker, while the member is on his feet, I think that he should be made aware, if he's not, that directors, irrespective as to how they are appointed, once they are on the board, they're covered by rules of confidentiality, and they also make decisions in their own right as directors of the board. And so when he speaks about Minister Ken Hodge, the member, the single island wide member, Honorable Ken Hodge, he should understand that the minister would have had just as much authority as a director as any other director.
Madam Speaker, I just wanted to clarify as well. I was the government-appointed director, and we are speaking for the record. And Madam Speaker, this director would have been instrumental in bringing that board of directors on many occasions before Executive Council to discuss the issues at the bank. So I was a progressive director, Madam Speaker, just for the record. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, she's trying to bring people on a sinking ship. Madam Speaker, let me continue, please. Coupled with the highly visible management deficiencies and the lack of leadership, the dismal performance on all fronts is not an unexpected outcome. Whilst the unfavorable economic climate post-2008 may well be cited as a significant causal factor of the current state of affairs, the combination of the earlier identified fundamental weaknesses would arguably have made such an outcome under any circumstances. Efforts to rehabilitate the institution must begin in earnest on these very two critical fronts if success is to be achieved on a sustainable basis. This short paper serves to summarize some of the specific actions recommended in these regards, and thereafter some of the near-term structural and organizational changes that are likely to lead to the reestablishment of a functional operation. But the problem is, they weren't willing to listen. I had some guys, Madam Speaker, with a special purpose vehicle, Madam Speaker, back then. And they always talk about these special purpose vehicles, Madam Speaker. And it was one Curtis Richardson in a recent interview when he was asked about the special purpose vehicle as it relates to ASPA that the government of Anguilla, which Cora Richardson Hodge was part of, was moving forward. Curtis said that what the problem was is that they were trying to make the baby bigger than the mother. And it was illegal. And you would think that legal practitioners and the like who sits in executive council would understand that some of these things that they were doing was unlawful and illegal. And it goes back to my earlier point that they don't care about the law. Laws are there for a reason. And that is why the British government, it is important that they ensure that good governance, because the type of cowboy country that created the climate for Kenneth Rijak cannot continue and will not continue under this administration. And that is why, under the Hubert Hughes administration, the framework for fiscal responsibility and development was implemented, Madam Speaker. That's why it was implemented, to bring about accountability. And we were the last territory to implement that, because Hubert Benjamin Hughes wanted a development clause enshrined in that document. And that development clause is now being used for all of our procurement and tendering processes, Madam Speaker. He may be gone, but his work lives on, Madam Speaker. There's always a historical context, and they can't run away from doing it, no matter how many point of orders and point of clarifications and the evidence that he requests. These are matters of historical fact, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it was, and you know, you got to give the member for Sandy Hill some credit, because when all of the stars were lining up and the member saw what was happening, she resigned just before the ECCB came in, Madam Speaker, from the board of directors of the National Bank of Anguilla. All of the members resigned eventually on the day, but she resigned. CCB did not fare the same way. Some directors locked themselves in the boardroom. Police had to remove them. These are historical facts, Madam Speaker. I'm sorry, these are facts, you know. It may sound laughable, and sometimes you may chuckle, but these are facts. So when we get up here and we talk about the interim goods tax and the reimbursement of the interim goods tax, and 11 businesses have moved forward in terms of applying for reimbursement of the interim goods tax. But it isn't all 11 that have already provided proof that they have passed on the savings to the consumer, you know. A couple of them have, and I want to say their names because I want people to patronize them as well. Proctor's, JW Proctor's, and Best Buy. You can't run away from that fact. They have produced all the evidence to show they have passed on the savings, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, global inflation, yes, have created problems. But even in James Frederick Hughes' book, A Man of All Seasons, he spoke about the serious inflation that Anguilla suffered during the Second World War, Madam Speaker. And today we have the war in Ukraine, although that is not the single only factor why we have global inflation. The fuel prices, the OPEC cartel, and of course, the amount of dollars that have been printed and placed into the markets, Madam Speaker, reminded me of when Europeans went to Africa, Madam Speaker, and they realized that the Africans like beads, glass beads, and they would exchange their glass beads for gold and all sorts of niceties out of Africa. And they just produced more beads and more beads and more beads and supplied the market with more beads. Similar to the Biden administration supplied the market with more cash and created an inflationary situation that has impacted everybody, Madam Speaker, including us here in the Caribbean. And I know the member, Kyle Hodge, he cited the IMF report on St. Martin. And that is important because it will give the impression that St. Martin don't have any taxes. But I've had politicians in St. Martin reach out to me about our tax structure. And Kyle Hodge and I sat in his office when he was a minister of government, where a serious big-time vendor in St. Martin put to us that the goods and services tax in Anguilla was better than the sales tax that they had in St. Martin, because the sales tax in St. Martin had a cascading effect, and there was no rebate. So every time you sell on, it was an additional 5% before anything. 5%, 5%, 5%. But on the Dutch side too, which they come from, they pay income taxes. Upwards of over 30% in income taxes. And on the French side, over 30% in social security taxes. So much so that you can hardly see indigenous French St. Martin in business in French St. Martin. You see long lines of person going for something called CAF, Madam Speaker. Because over 50% of the French side budget is subsidized by metropolitan France. We don't want that for our people, Madam Speaker. Mr. Victor Banks, in his wisdom many years, had a budget when he said, and I quote, "We are going to pay our own way." And we are talking about independence, and if we want to be independent, we have to understand that we have to pay our own way, one way or the next. Barbados, Mia Motley. I believe somebody told me that I was born in Barbados. Oh. I was born in Barbados. And I have a lot of family in Barbados, Madam Speaker. Mia Motley is celebrated across the globe. And just recently, Prime Minister Motley borrowed hundreds of millions of dollars from the IMF, Madam Speaker. But that money has to be repaid. And Barbados is a very highly taxed jurisdiction. Highly taxed. You bring in a vehicle, you don't pay no less than 100% duties. In some instances, if it's a left-hand drive, you pay more. A luxury vehicle, you pay more. You pay income taxes. You pay all sorts of taxes in Barbados. The price of independence. Independence has its price, has its cost, it has its benefits. And I am one who believes in independence, Madam Speaker. But we must always measure the burdens and the benefits. And I was one, Madam Speaker, who was highly critical over the years of the British government. Because what I have said was the neglect of Anguilla's infrastructure, Madam Speaker. But today we can't criticize them. We can't. It may have been late, but it's better late than never. And when I hear members of the opposition saying that we come in here to rush this legislation, when they want us to do it? Next week? Next month? Next year? Next 6 months? This is what we are elected to do, to come to this parliament, Madam Speaker. And it shouldn't matter how long we stand or how long we sit. This is what we're here to do. So maybe after 5. And yes, I feel for Ms. Proctor and Mr. Proctor, Ms. Campbell, I know they would prefer to be other places, Madam Speaker. But this is what we are paid to do too, Madam Speaker. So I'm glad that the Leader of the Opposition have given us the opportunity to come back to clarify a number of things, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate her for that. And I appreciate the member for Valley North for asking those questions as well, because we'll be able to clarify and give more context to the questions that they ask. With that said, Madam Speaker, I thank you and I thank my colleagues, including Dr. Aidan Harrigan, Madam Speaker. We've had the privilege and honor of working together on multiple occasions, Madam Speaker. Because way back when we were young whippersnappers, Madam Speaker, we worked at Barclays Bank PLC together. And member for Road North, he too, we all worked at Barclays Bank PLC together. And a single Isle white member on the other side, his mom also was one of our colleagues, Madam Speaker. So we go way back. And then we worked together when I was a Parliamentary Secretary of Tourism, and he was the Permanent Secretary of Tourism, Madam Speaker. He got a lot of fire in him, Madam Speaker. Don't leave the quiet demeanor fool you. He ain't scared. He ain't afraid. Don't leave it fool you, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I just want to thank everybody. Thank the members of the opposition for affording me the opportunity to be able to expound on some of the issues that they raised by points of orders and points of clarification. And thank you for your time. and thank the members of my side of the divide for their time as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member. With that said, I'm going to ask leave of the House for 5 minutes recess before the mover comes back. Well, you have the luxury of a break whenever you want. The Speaker doesn't. So the House stands in recess for 5 minutes. Thank you, members. I believe now I have to invite the mover to respond. I believe everybody had an opportunity to. So I invite the mover to respond, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'll begin as I started, Madam Speaker, in thanking you for being here for this session and also for the members giving up on their festive time to do this important work. Madam Speaker, the member for Road South kind of touched on a topic there of debt. And I'd just like to say I have in my possession a letter dated the 13th of March 2018 to the Honorable Mr. Victor Banks from Lord Ahmad of Wimbledon, who was the Minister for the Overseas Territories at that time. And I just want to read one paragraph here on the medium-term plan. And it says, with regards to the approval of the MTEF, I have to reiterate the points raised in Ben Merrick's letter of 16 February. The current draft does not meet the requirements I set out in my November letter. At the most basic level, you need to show a credible means to finance the anticipated deficits in 2019 and 2020. More specifically, the document should include credible and measurable specific policies to increase revenue and reduce expenditure in real terms. Debt as a share of recurrent revenue remains well above 200%, and it is as yet unclear to me how you plan to meet the costs of debt amortization resulting from the bank resolution. So, Madam Speaker, you can see that the banking resolution resulted in significant debt, which the minister mentioned was over 200% of recurrent revenue. And if we remember from the FFSD, the borrowing ratios, that debt should be less than 80% of recurrent revenue, and the debt service should be less than 10% of recurrent revenue. Madam Speaker, if memory serves me, and at this time it's late and I have low sugar levels, so I tend my sense of recall may be not as good as the member for Road South, but it was a letter of the 6th of November 2016 when Minister James Doddridge, who was the Minister for the Overseas Territories at that time, said that Anguilla's debt was over $600 million. And I'd like to thank God, Madam Speaker, that we could announce in the budget speech that the debt for Anguilla was close to about $400 million, and we anticipate by the end of 2023 it will be well below $400 million and getting down a much lower percentage than the $200 million where it was in 2016, Madam Speaker. God has been good to Anguilla, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just wanted to see here that we're here to talk about this Financial Administration Audit IGT Remission Regulations 2022. And in Clause 2, it talks about, in subsection 2, a GST registered business who has claimed for remission under subsection 1 must have complied with the conditions set out in section 3. And section 3 talks about, Madam Speaker, that the GST registered business must have submitted on or before the 31st of August 2022 a request for consideration of an IGT remission in accordance with the stated protocols referred to in the schedule. That the GST registered business must have provided on or before the 27th of December 2022 to the satisfaction of the Controller of Inland Revenue written confirmation with supporting documents evidencing the repricing of relevant stock on hand to remove the IGT. And C, the stock referred to in paragraph B must have been repriced on or before the 31st of July 2022. Madam Speaker, these requirements were basically to make sure that businesses would not tack on 13% to the current price at that time on June 30th, so that on the 1st of July, the IGT 9% which had been paid would have been removed, thus reducing the price, Madam Speaker. The only way that IRD can determine that is that these businesses would have to show that there was a significant repricing. Because if you just take the word, Madam Speaker, then as the single island-wide member, as Quincy Montgomery said, you come up for audits, and that could be misconstrued, misinterpreted. And so these are the reasons why these requirements are required and are necessary to ensure. We have to verify, Madam Speaker. That is what government is. And we are not our own keeper. There's an administering power that looks over us. And things like that debt, what I mentioned earlier, and the requirements that are put on us as the elected officials, because we are in a position where we are so consumed by debt, Madam Speaker, that requirements are made. And if we want to get any help from the UK, we have to make certain provisions. And that is why the third provision in the MOU that was signed on the 11th of June by the former 2020 by the former Premier talks about the GST, where it had to commit to advancing it in phases, the 2 and 3, January 1 of 2021 and January 1 of 2023. So these are stated, and those are facts that are there, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wanted to title this part of my presentation, Timelines and Deadlines, because it seems that that's what was raised earlier. And I want to say, Madam Speaker, and to all under the sound of my voice, that an Executive Council decision was made on the 26th of June 2022. Now, Madam Speaker, it seems that the Leader of the Opposition, she only feels that Executive Council decisions matter if there was a GST draft or legislation that went to EXCO for it to be assigned to the AUF. Now, I would have thought, Madam Speaker, that the fact that the letter that I sent on the 26th of June 2022 that stated in the third paragraph, Executive Council met on Sunday, 26 June 2022, that it would have been understood that if Executive Council met and made this decision, Madam Speaker, that this is one step away from the House. And so it would have had more weight than some politician from District 1, elected by the people of District 1, making a statement that we would provide the IGT credits. I would think that this would have some weight, Madam Speaker, that Executive Council made that decision. This is overseen by the Governor, Madam Speaker, as the chair. This is present in the Deputy Governor, the financial specialists, the ministers, the Attorney General. I would think that would carry some weight, Madam Speaker, so that there would be some trust that this would be advanced at some point. Whether it took 1 month or 6 months, Madam Speaker, I would assume that since Executive Council was mentioned that there was a meeting, decision was made, that would hold some weight, Madam Speaker. But it seems that some businesses did take this, that the IGT credits would be granted once the framework was done, once the steps were taken to come up with, determine what stock was on hand, what IGT was paid, and then that would then be turned in by August 31st of 2022, and then that there would be IGT credits, would either be offset, which was the intention at the time, or now to be paid in lieu of offsets, Madam Speaker. what I'd also like for everyone who's listening to my voice to know is that the Goods and Service Tax Act was passed on the 29th of July 2021. So this was a year before that the act was passed. And everyone knew, Madam Speaker, that they had to determine what stock they had on hand by June 30th of 2022, at the day before the tax would be implemented. And so discussions were had with the business persons, Madam Speaker, given options as to how this would matter. One was that there would be temporary bonded warehouse, and that would either be done by the business itself, where they would have a place where they would store goods that came in, and then if they took them out of that storage, then they would apply the IGT. If they didn't, then it didn't apply until, if they still had stock on the 1st of July, then they would put the apply the GST. And everybody knows with the businesses that all GST paid, if they're registered business, GST registered, that they get that back, they claim it back, Madam Speaker. So we're only talking about the IGT, the interim goods tax, which was implemented on the 1st of October of 2019. Now, it is obvious from what has transpired since this time that there are some persons who want to bully this administration to do what they want, Madam Speaker. But as was stated earlier, we have to follow process. And that process is what we are following to make this happen, so that the businesses that were conscientious enough about the inflationary pressures and that the cost of living could go up, that they would remove the IGT 9% from their prices. And then the zero-rated items, exempted items, there would be no additional tax on that. And then the GSTable items that were taxable, they would put on the 13%. Knowing that at some point, given the assurances of this letter of the 26th of June 2022, that they would get the IGT credits, whether, as I said, as an offset or, as we have now decided in Executive Council, that we would pay the credits. Now, that could only be done, Madam Speaker, because we had the good fortune of having a surplus at the end of this year. And we were able to do a supplementary budget that gave us the opportunity to cater for the IGT credits. And that's why it was decided in Executive Council to clear the books so that this is not carried over into the next year and then it becomes a burden in the next year for accounting purposes and also having to account for that monies. Because if you remember from the budget presentation, we are going to borrow about $13 million, which is third tranche of the CDB policy-based loan, so that we can do some capital projects, Madam Speaker, which are necessary to advance the people of Anguilla. And so, Madam Speaker, timelines and deadlines. There was a meeting with the business community on the 24th of June 2022, and at that time, we talked about the three options they had presented, and one of those three options was the IGT credit, and decided, thought that might be the best way that it could be done given the fiscal constraints of Anguilla at the time. And then we had the Executive Council meeting on the 26th of June 2022, a letter sent out by me on the 26th of June 2022, where it specifically stated, Madam Speaker, that the government is minded to consider these credits primarily based on assurances made by the business community that any credits or concessions will be passed on to consumers in the form of lower prices. Now, some businesses read that and understood it, that means they had to remove the IGT from their prices, so their prices were lowered at the time of the implementation of the goods and service tax, Madam Speaker. And some businesses felt, well, we can strong-arm the administration later on to get them, even if we haven't passed it on. And they were bold enough, Madam Speaker, to say, we did not pass on the savings and lower prices. But if you give us the credit now, then we will come up with a structure to pass it on now. I mean, Madam Speaker, they would have already used up some of that stock which they had. In the case of supermarkets, I would assume that 5 months later, 6 months later, that they would have used up most of the stock. In terms of hardwares, with less turnover, then certainly wouldn't expect that they would have sold off all their stock at this point in time. But certainly some of that would be sold off. So now how do you give people a reduced price on stock that you would have sold already? Are you going to now go back to these persons and say, I'm going to refund you the 9% that we just got from government, Madam Speaker? I mean, this is the type of thing that, people with common sense should, Madam Speaker, it's hard for me to understand some of the arguments made. And then the representative of the business community, Madam Speaker, did send me an email acknowledging receipt of my letter. Then we had a meeting with the supermarkets and the retail sector scheduled for 11 a.m. on the 27th of June, 2022. 2 businesses were represented, Madam Speaker. A meeting with the hardware, automobile, the manufacturing sector for 5 p.m. on the same day. None of the businesses showed up, Madam Speaker. These were the same businesses that were so concerned, Madam Speaker, that we sent a letter out requesting a meeting and they didn't show. And then the Permanent Secretary in Finance, Madam Speaker, sent a letter on the 28th of June, 2022, stating what was expected, resetting the deadline. And then, Madam Speaker, on the 29th of June, 2022, I sent a letter to the business community and the Anguilla Chamber of Commerce regarding a meeting which they said we could do on the 1st of July at 10 a.m. or 2 p.m. I wrote back and said that we should do, if we're going to do it on the 1st of July, we should do 10 a.m. And in my letter, it specifically states to discuss IGT credits, Madam Speaker. So they can't say that they didn't get that letter because it shows. And the Chamber of Commerce, Madam Speaker, we set it for July 1st, 2022 at 10 a.m. because at 2 p.m. I'd received notice from the day before that there was going to be a protest, and they wanted me outside my office at 2 p.m. to receive a letter from the business community. We had that meeting, Madam Speaker, and there were several businesses that attended, and the members of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry were present. And that was a robust discussion, Madam Speaker, and certainly I would have thought that at that time the businesses understood that government was serious about the IGT credits and that it would make every effort to make sure that these were done, and the businesses would have made every effort to make sure that they recorded what the IGT would be, and then would make the effort to send it in so that we could then determine how best to deal with the IGT credits. Now the Single Island Wide member, Madam Speaker, Mr. Kyle Hodge, he said, that I said in the last House we should stop talking about the GST phased or not phased. Certainly that's what I said, Madam Speaker. I said we should stop talking about whether it should have been phased or not phased, because at this point, as the member for Road South said, in 2 days, it would have been the complete GST legislation in place from the Anguilla front, January 1st of 2023. And we always stated that phase 2 of the GST under the AUF is basically the same as the phase 2 that we have, except for services, and services would have come in 2 days. And the important part of GST, Madam Speaker, the impact of it Phase 2 was the main part of GST that would have caused and whatever impact there is on the people of Anguilla. So that would have already been in place from the 1st of January 2021. Madam Speaker, the member also said that there is no direct relief for businesses. Now, there may not be any direct relief, although the paying off the IGT credits would be a relief for businesses that pass that on to consumers. But I can imagine that business persons also have homes. And the $2,000 that have been given to Anglec for each home, that's 6 to 100 homes times 2, and that I'm sure that business persons have homes and would have benefited from that, Madam Speaker. I'm sure some business persons are over or 70 and older, or they have family members who are 70 and older, and they would have benefited some from that, Madam Speaker. And I certainly know that the businesses where the $500 voucher, the two $500 vouchers per 70-year-old, and that going to those businesses would have been sure cash, Madam Speaker, because they had to spend it. And so I can imagine that some people may not have bought all the items they bought if they didn't have that $500 food voucher. And so these, I think, Madam Speaker, speaks to that we tried as an administration to decrease the impact of the inflation, which is not due to any decision made by this administration, Madam Speaker. The war in Ukraine caused increased cost of fuel, which then increased the cost of food, supplies, gas, increased shipping. COVID-19 pandemic caused decreased supplies and so increased cost of shipping. So, Madam Speaker, there are all these external actions and circumstances which caused increased cost of living. And the AUF may say, Madam Speaker, that they would not have brought in the goods and service tax. They would have kicked it down the road, as they have said before. The issue is that, Madam Speaker, is that the former Premier, when he sat and he signed the MOU in June 11 of 2020, that was in the middle of COVID-19. The same circumstances that he had, we had. So if he was going to push it down the road, Madam Speaker, I'm sure he would have gotten it done back then before he signed that MOU for the $100 million, unless he planned to sign it and then not move forward with it, Madam Speaker. Now I have here in my possession a letter written to Lord Ahmad of Wimbledon, 20 March 2018, by the Honorable Victor Banks, Chief Minister, because, he was not named Premier until in 2019. But this letter, Madam Speaker, this is 11 pages, Madam Speaker, in response to the letter I read earlier from Lord Ahmad. And in that, he's almost groveling, Madam Speaker, to get the £60 million which was offered in 2017 after Hurricane Irma. And basically, Lord Ahmad was saying, unless you bring a budget that is credible and a medium-term economic and fiscal plan that shows that you can meet Anguilla's deficits and its fiscal needs and show financial responsibility, he's not going to release the £60 million, Madam Speaker. So when they talk about, they would have done differently and they would have negotiated and all this type of stuff, it just makes me laugh sometimes because, when you have acted so irresponsibly in a fiscal manner, it is difficult then for the British to trust that you'll move forward with what you've agreed to. So that's where we are, Madam Speaker. And so the member Single Island-wide member Kyle Hodge also said that there was a EXCO minute from the 20th of July 2022, and which said that businesses that did not pass on the IGT 9% could not qualify for the IGT credit. Well, certainly that was always the intention, Madam Speaker. It said that in my letter of the 26th of June. So to say now that this is, something late to the party news, that to me, Madam Speaker, shows that they are misleading the people of Anguilla. And I certainly think that tomorrow, after we pass this, regulation, that it's going to be said that we, changed the goalpost. I heard that earlier. But no, this was the intention from before. Because how are you helping to reduce the inflationary pressures if you maintain the same prices and then add on the GST to it? That didn't help. Would not have helped. And now to come back and say, well, now we didn't pass it on, but now if you give us the credit, then we will. Madam Speaker, that to me doesn't make a whole lot of sense. We wanted at the time, given where things were at that time, inflation, increased cost of living, that we gave cost of living benefits. That was $11 million, plus when we did they removed the customs duties from food and essential items, and which started April 27, and which Leader of the Opposition, to answer your question, have been extended to March 31 of 2023. And we removed the excise tax from fuel, which again has been extended to March 31 of 2023 in the first instance. These are steps that this administration has taken to help the people of Anguilla. And the people have been asking us, begging us, why not bring in price control? Why didn't you bring it at the beginning? Because some of the businesses have not passed on any help to the people of Anguilla. But still, there are some businesses that have submitted claims for IGT credit when it's known that they didn't pass it on. And I said some, I didn't say all, because I don't want to be misquoted later. So here we are. IGT paid, if not passed on as reduced prices, then that would have been recouped in their prices. Well, what I'm trying to say is that if the businesses didn't pass on the IGT by reducing their prices, then that IGT would have been included in their prices. And so therefore, how can they expect to get a credit when they didn't pass on the reduced prices and didn't pass on the credit as reduced prices? So I think that's very disingenuous for anyone, any business that didn't pass on the credit and the reduced price to now come and ask for it. I just want to say, Madam Speaker, that the member, Single Island-wide member, Kyle Hodge, he stated from an IMF report that the VAT, or broad-based tax, and property tax are the best options for these types of economies, but it wouldn't work for St. Martin because it had an open border with French St. Martin. Now, the CARTAC report of 2016 stated specifically that a turnover tax would not work in Anguilla. In fact, quoting, it says, "The mission discarded the turnover tax due to its well-known harmful effects on the economy." This is stated in the executive summary of the CARTAC report. The turnover tax is a tax on total transactions or gross sales, usually applicable to all sales of commodities by manufacturers, wholesalers, and retailers. And so this tax is a cascading tax, which means that it compounds, Madam Speaker. And it's bad for business and the economy. So this was an alternative that was looked at because the CARTAC report mentioned it. We also looked at the RST, which is retail sales tax, Madam Speaker, and I think, on page 5 of that report, it says, Madam Speaker, that if the tax was passed on, if there was a sales tax, it would have to be at 18% if the businesses didn't pass it on to businesses. But if businesses pass it on to businesses, then it would have to be 23.5%, Madam Speaker. Those numbers are in there in the report. And so it's not, you can't accept a report from the IMF on one hand and then discard a report from the CARTAC, which is a regional body of the IMF, on the other. That was mentioned earlier. I mentioned earlier, the single island-wide member, Mr. Jose Vanterpool, it talked about the IGT credit and that it should be, businesses should be allowed now to get it, and then we should, be not rigid in terms of how it's implemented. But as I said earlier, by now most or all of the stock should be depleted. In the case of supermarkets and in hardwares, some of that stock would be depleted. So there's no way that you can now give a credit if they didn't pass on the reduced price in the beginning, Madam Speaker. The Leader of the Opposition said a lot, Madam Speaker, but I certainly don't want to spend the time here going through that. I just would like to say that there were options given early. In January of 2022, businesses were given the option of the temporary bonded warehouse or to get the IGT credit. And I know for a fact that businesses said that it was too cumbersome for them to do the IGT, to go back and look at their books and come up with what the IGT they had paid, Madam Speaker. But they didn't want to do the bonded warehouse also. And so it was difficult then to consider these options, given that the businesses themselves were pushing back against it. And I understand that many of them were opposed to the GST, and so they waited until the last minute before its implementation, because they knew from July 29 of 2021 that it was coming. The act was passed and assented to. And given that there are lots of moving parts with the exemptions and amendments made, even after July 1st, Madam Speaker, there were exemptions made to the Goods and Service Tax Act. And so, to say that, we send a letter the 26th and 28th of June, and then we send another letter the 23rd of December, nothing happened in between, that is not a fact, Madam Speaker. There were discussions had. IRD, the controller himself, he didn't sit in his office in his chair. He was out there visiting stores, visiting supermarkets, visiting hardware stores. I know that for a fact. And his people worked hard during this time to ensure that people understood the GST tax and how its implementation, compliance. Remember that in the Act itself, there is no penalty for the first year, Madam Speaker, so that people can learn it, and if they make errors, that those can be corrected before there are any penalties imposed. Although businesses shouldn't take advantage of the comptroller, Madam Speaker. He is a nice guy and he smiles, but, at some point, he'll have to bring down the heavy hand of the law if persons continue to be non-compliant. So, as I said earlier, you can't just offer the people's money to businesses or to persons or to anyone unless the claims are verified, Madam Speaker. And we came up with a framework, and we looked at calculations. The businesses submitted, 11 businesses submitted claims, and we looked at those claims, and also Customs and Inland Revenue Department looked at patterns. And there's something to be said for that, Madam Speaker. That is scientific. You look at patterns. You know now since July, and we have, at least 5 months of reports that show what businesses' patterns are. So you can use extrapolation and predict what they would have brought in, what their turnover is like. If you remember in my letter, it said that the information or documents would be listing of inventory and also details on annual turnover. What that would do, Madam Speaker, so we didn't make it too onerous on businesses, if they submitted even incomplete records, we could use the data given their history and their patterns to determine better what their IGT paid would have been, and then what credits would be payable. But they had to show that they had had reductions in the price. And it couldn't be just one or two items that they say, okay, the Vienna sausage is dropped from $4.25 to 9% off that is $3.80-something cents. No, it had to show a specific, that there was a conscientious effort shown in their records. It didn't have to be in the computer, didn't have to be, it could be on paper, that they showed that they had reduced these prices to reflect that they were passing on this savings that they would get as credits later on to the people of Anguilla. And so that is why, if businesses did not reduce the price by the amount of the IGT, then they should not expect IGT credits. Consumers would be paying the price. If they didn't drop their prices, that would have already been paid from the stock that they would have sold. And so that is why the only way we can do this, Madam Speaker, is as stated in these regulations. They have to have shown by August 31. So that is 30 days, that is 60 days after they would have started selling off the stock that was still present as of June 30th of 2022. I think 60 days is good, Madam Speaker. We had also made, that they could get point-of-sale systems, and we removed the customs duties from those. So they could have modernized the systems that would be better at, accounting for these reductions. And that's what we want to see. So if businesses the 11 businesses that sent in the information, if they could have shown that they passed on those savings to the people in the form of reduced prices, then they'll get the credit, Madam Speaker. But if they cannot show, and that's why that letter was sent out on the 23rd. So the letter that was sent out on the 23rd, Madam Speaker, basically said that to those businesses that had sent in their claims before August 31 of 2022, that they could show that they had passed on those savings, and it's verifiable, then they would qualify for the IGT credits, and they would be paid, Madam Speaker, and the hope is that they'll be paid by tomorrow. But if they couldn't show that, or if they stated that they didn't pass it on because they didn't trust that the government would basically stand up to the letter that I wrote on the 26th of June, 2022, that was sanctioned by the Executive Council, then they shouldn't be paid because they didn't pass it on, Madam Speaker, and they would have sold off some of that stock already, or most of that stock in the case of supermarkets, and therefore it shouldn't be paid. And so, Madam Speaker, we are here today bringing this motion to this honorable House, apologizing for the lateness of it in the year, but understanding that we would like to get this approved so that we can then pay off the IGT credits to the businesses that qualify. And I want to thank those businesses that went ahead and removed the IGT, which they had paid. Yes, they did pay that, but they went ahead and took the IGT off the price, reducing the prices for the people of Anguilla. Madam Speaker, I saw some businesses sent out that an apple would have been a certain price, and with the IGT removed, it was lower. That's what was good for the people of Anguilla and the consumers. And I think if that was a consistent situation in Anguilla, we wouldn't have, more than half of the people of Anguilla saying that they want price control because they feel that there's price gouging. Now, I'm not going to say that there is, because I know that prices have gone up. Shipping has gone up, cost of fuel has gone up, cost of electricity has gone up, Madam Speaker. So the prices do go up with that. But any relief that you can give to the people of Anguilla through reducing the tax that you knew that you would get back, that would have helped, Madam Speaker. So I just want to thank you, Madam Speaker, for your patience, thank the members for their contributions, and I want to wish everybody a healthy, happy, and prosperous 2023. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member, and thank all members for their contributions. Motion 2, 2022-312 HOA has been debated without amendment. Members, the question is that this motion be passed. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Motion 2, 2022-312 HOA has been passed without amendment and is now a resolution of the Assembly.
Personal explanations, none. Other business, government business, none. Private members' bills, none. Private bills, none. Other orders of the day, none.
The honorable member for Island Harbor is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I would have mentioned a little bit ago that, with the lateness and when my sugar gets low, I may err a little bit. So I'd like, if you could please permit me a moment of clarity to address the members of this honorable House, the media, and the general public, because to err is human. During the 2023 budget debates on the 21st of December 2022, I erred in my response to the single island-wide elected member of the opposition, Mr. Jose Vanterpool, when referencing the calculation of Anglic's fuel surcharge. At the time of my response, I did not recall mention of the fuel surcharge calculation in a letter dated the 30th of September 2022 from Anglic's CEO, Mr. Sutcliffe Hodge, where he was requesting a meeting with the minister and I. My recollection was from my letter of the 4th of October 2022 to the CEO, Mr. Hodge, where I requested information on the current surcharge calculations, given that the CEO had made statements that the calculated fuel surcharge should be $1.23, and then in his letter he stated that the fuel surcharge should be $1.02. Madam Speaker, after the 2023 budget debates, I would have revisited the correspondences from Mr. Hodge, and have noted that in the letter dated the 30th of September 2022, there is a line in paragraph 3 which mentions the fuel surcharge 1 cent for every 10 cents above the base fuel rate of $3.64 EC. I would have said at that time that it would have been good to know what the calculation was, Madam Speaker. And so at this time, I wish to apologize to the members of this honorable House, CEO of Anglec, Mr. Hodge, the general public, and the media for the error in my presentation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Much appreciated. Thank you. Member? Any other orders of the day, members? Good. Well, since there are not going to be any orders of the day, I just want to take the opportunity to wish all members and their families, all of Anguilla, all Anguillians far and near, Happy New Year when it comes. Thank you all. We move for adjournment.
Adjournment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to beg that this honorable House be adjourned sine die.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second.
It has been moved and seconded that this honorable House stands adjourned sine die. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. This honorable House now stands adjourned sine die. Thank you, members. Good evening.